on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for a reading today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you are tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you'd like to find those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can find them as a podcast over on my spot and over on my stack. But first and foremost, first thing we start our day with each and every day, how are you doing today? Scale of 1 to 10. There are no wrong answers. Let's get into this energy right now, because it might be feeling a little unusual is the best way I can describe it. Okay. And I want to give you a couple, it's like new normal energy is the best way I can describe it. Because you have to understand there's some strange things that are currently happening planetarily. Okay. First and foremost, I just want to give you a couple of reminders in terms of how you may be feeling, because we've got Jupiter and Venus that are currently hanging out in Cancer together. Okay. That's vacation vibes. That is wanting to, like, it's honeymoon energy. It's wanting to be, it's like wanting to be far away, right? Just like taking a little bit of a sojourn, if you will, right? From the things. However, right, at the same time that we're experiencing all of that, where do we see Mars right now? We see Mars in Taurus, right? Mars in Taurus is like work that needs to be done, stuff that needs to be energetically addressed. And then between them, right, between those 2 points that we've got all of that happening, Mercury is currently in Gemini, and we're currently in Gemini season, which means it's taking, and here's the thing about it. Mercury loves to be in Gemini, right? It's an ideal place for Mercury to be because it's very rapid. So it's the idea that the idea of the fact that we can conceptualize, right? We can conceptualize how to perceive things that allow things to be easier to do, right? A lot of it is a state of mind. A lot of it is working into how one perceives something is helps us to be able to conceive what it is that we're trying to do. But at the same time that we're going about that, there's a bit of a density that we're potentially experiencing there, and that's a continuation of the fact that we have both Saturn and Neptune that are still currently in Aries, right? And so I want to describe it as, it's there's something there that can feel by its very nature a little bit sluggish, right? It can I don't know how to say this. I don't know how to say this in a way that it makes sense, because it's the way that I experience it. But, Saturn and Neptune are often like, they're it's like caboose energy, which means it's the heaviness, right? It's the things that we carry that sometimes make it, right? That sometimes make things feel harder or heavier to move through, is the best way I can describe it. And the thing about it is, it was actually easier to navigate that energy when Mars was in Aries too, because Mars in Aries gives everything a little bit more oomph, right? It gives it a lot of that. It gives it a lot of that power, right? But having Saturn and Neptune moving through Aries right now with a lot of the energy that we see, it can feel more, right? It can feel very much almost like similar to being pulled in different directions or like working through some kind of energetic density. So I want you to keep that in mind because, and I got to tell you, I feel like it can create a little bit of inherent crankiness in everything. And the thing about it is, and you kind of have to understand this, the ability to observe one's own state of being like what, you know what I mean? Like that, like I know it sounds very simple, right? I know it sounds very simple, right? But like if you only knew, like if you only understood the quality of the world's problems that would literally go away if we were better able to assess the difference between a state of being that we find ourselves currently in, the state that we find ourselves versus what we're effectively moving through. So I want you to kind of be conscientious about that because I'm going to tell you right now, okay? I don't want you doing anything. I'm going to be your cosmic like mother for a second. I don't want you doing anything right now from a state of crankiness. Okay? Go take a nap. Okay, go take a nap. You know what you need to do with you know what you need to do with crankiness? You take a nap before you make a decision. Okay? I am saying this. I am saying this to help you right now. Okay? I am saying this I like to allow, right? Self-care, like apply some self-care to something before you make a hasty decision. That is the best thing. That is the best way I can give yourself a little treat. Okay? Like, give yourself a little treat and then see if you still feel the same way you do. Okay? Because and the one thing I want to describe and the reason I'm saying that is because we were like yesterday the moon was in Libra, and for me, like the funny thing is when the moon's in Libra, I consider that like lazy river kind of energy. Like it's just like, you know what I mean? But when it gets like the thing about it, and I want to describe, it's not the fact, okay? It's not the fact that that the moon in Scorpio is inherently difficult, but this one might be feeling more amplifying because you have to remember we're on the cusp of a full moon in Sagittarius, okay? And that is like Sagittarian full moons, it can always be about navigating like, and I want to describe the difference, the difference between a fast intentional decision, an about face, versus a hasty decision. Okay? And I want you to think about that a lot as you're navigating situations right now. The difference between an about face versus a hasty decision is the ability by which something energetically occurs to you and you're like, oh, you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like a little bit of that type of energy. That's great. That is great energy to be bringing into things right now. Like, oh, you know what? Like, back it up because I got like a good idea that you back something up into. Like, great. A hasty decision from a place of crankiness. I'm like, I am trying to save you. I'm trying to save you from everything. um, Now, this is having different impacts depending on whether you align to masculine, feminine, and non binary energy. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. Now, we did all of the astrological signs the other day. You can find them. You can find the full read in terms of how this energy may potentially be impacting you. But in relationality to the energetic frequencies, one of the things that we're potentially seeing right now, and like I said, there's a lot of deep healing that may be occurring right now for masculine energy. But the thing I keep on seeing in relationality to a lot of that work is, and I keep on getting the frustration, right? I wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot of masculine energy that's working through the double helix of healing, which is the modality by which it's hard because others often others often perceive you as unhealed, right? How hard it is to work through energetic feelings by which you're able to navigate, right, the full weight of what one energetically carries. And I almost feel like the best way to describe it is, I feel like for some of the masculine energy, it's like almost working through visage issues, which is what I like to describe, which is the space by which you recognize the trauma that another individual carries, not based upon something that you've personally done to them, but as the understanding that your energetic signature serves as a reminder of things. So this is how we work to effectively heal, right? It's not the space by which we try to energetically avoid it, but the space by which we're able to effectively embrace and recognize that allows one to be able to heal further. So that's a lot of that work that we potentially see that's happening, right? The combination, and I got to point this out, like we just have to talk about this. Jupiter in Cancer with Venus there can bring up a lot of shadow work. But in the context by which the shadow work comes up, there's also space for a lot of love to get in, right? Because the Venus, like Venus in Cancer with Jupiter in Cancer is often working through the observation of being able to see the love, right? Being able to see the love in places that you couldn't necessarily see it before. And so for a lot of the energy potentially doing that work, right? It can feel very healing, but it can also be the observation of navigating wounds of maturity, right? Which is, and I want to kind of help those who are potentially experiencing this. The wound of maturity is the wound of being able to see something that you couldn't energetically see before. And I want you to hold yourself in understanding that that's a blessed state, because it's the identification point of being able to recognize that you're learning more, and in that space. But it's hard, right? Because it's painful. But this is why I like to say, like, we call it wisdom because you wince when you receive it, right? If it was easy, it wouldn't be wisdom. So I feel like for a lot of the energy, the ability to bring that insight or clarity to things is what's allowing for a lot of healing to come through. But it's not necessarily easy. It could be feeling like it's like solemn energy. Now, feminine energy, very different right now in terms of what we're potentially seeing. And for feminine energy, what we're potentially observing, um, and just kind of like looking over the cards that we were receiving in the last reading, there was a lot of observation. It was interesting because there was a transverse magician that came through on top of an emperor. And so it talks a lot about the difference between the observation of what feminine actually finds appealing, right? Because often what happens, and this is what occurs, right? When somebody builds into a deep egoic state, then they come up with illusions as to what energy finds appealing that's based more on the shadow work that they haven't done versus what energy actually like finds appealing and desirous, right? It's like it's the observation of being able to see and understand that when we're not in energetic contact with each other, and that's the hard part about it. Like egoic states become very insular, and they basically become echo chambers. So there you have someone who's in a deep egoic state, who's convinced themselves that they know what another energy wants or needs, having never asked that energy that question once in their entire lives, because it would have brought up too much vulnerability. So we see that for a lot of the energy doing that work, the ability, this is why, right? The ability to heal from passive aggressiveness or to state the needs is so viable and important, because it doesn't it's the identification point of being able to recognize and clarify the circumstance by which feminine is very clear in terms of what it is that they desire. So we see that for a lot of the energy doing that work, that understanding or that articulation is what is potentially fueling a lot of conversations, because it's the energy that's getting stronger in being able to effectively articulate upon their needs. Because when one is able to articulate upon one's needs, then that effectively attenuates and helps one see who is working towards those energetic goals versus who is more like versus who is someone like versus another who effectively articulates from a place of sympathy but not activity, right? And this brings us to the non-binary energy, because that conversation about the difference between sympathy and activity, right? The modality by which one is able to put a force of effort towards things, we see that that is something that is very important, particularly as it relates to conversations um, that help to navigate what it means to be able to move something energetically forward, right? Because you have to understand, sympathy sympathy is a sympathy is a static state, right? And this is why you'll often see inner energy that gets very volatile when another person brings sympathy to a situation where what they really need is activity, right? So the ability to effectively articulate in relationality to what that force of effort is, right? And to articulate upon the energy by which one is able to put forth there. I feel like I see a lot of that energy taking granular approaches to things while also working through the ability of identifying and recognizing what feels energetically sustainable and viable, right? And there was something very important that I saw there that had to do had to do with being able to navigate circumstances of proportionality, which is the understanding and the quality and condition of healthy conversations that potentially allow for the amplification of being able to articulate upon what one can do, right? Versus versus what moves someone into a space of non-viability or energetic exhaustion. So I think it's actually there's something I was seeing there that feels very conservative to a certain extent, but the conservativeness is not static. It's effectively doing something in a way that feels that it's energetically proportional or viable in relationality to what is effectively accessible to the energy to be able to do. And this is why we see the power of working collectively is the understanding. The beauty of working collectively is that it takes the burden of heavy lifting off of the individual self and rather allows the ability to work through things in such a way that one is able to recognize or identify the energetic power that you're putting towards it. Be that in be that in hard conversations that they're potentially having, or progress, or being able to track the progress, the positive progress through a difficult circumstance or situation. Now, that is a recap on the energy that we've been seeing up until this point. If you'd like to find those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my Stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which is going to be held on Thursday, June 18th at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the ace cards. If you'd like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule and my mystic meditation articles, which give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I just wrote one recently on the new moon, the full moon. I'm going to have the full moon article out probably today or tomorrow. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. Finally, I want you guys to know they also offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal, and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally, because it is going to hit everybody just a little bit differently. We are going to get started on today's reads. We have one individual who had priority today, which means they got on the list before we got started. If you'd like to get on the list for today, you will be the fourth person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. And if you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, you can also get on my list today via my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. We read for here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, and aura. How you doing today, Adam? Good to see you. Welcome, Joey. Good to see you as well. These are donation-based reads, so if you'd like to have a personal reading, all you need to do is send the donation via my tree that is Binks in it in my bio. We are going to get started shortly on the free collective as well. Okay. Excellent. And thank you for sharing the live, Adam. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Welcome, 192. Thank you for joining us today. Good to see you, Ivana. Sluggish, yeah, it's the type of energy we're going through right now. Grand Rising, it's I've got you on the list. Good to see you today, Luna. Oh, that's a great idea. Your moon's in Sag. I love it. Yeah, like it feels like, I feel like for Moon and Sag right now, I think this is going to be a good it's going to be a good full moon, right? It's going to feel very much in alignment. Oh, that's wonderful, Luna. And thank you, Ella, for sharing the live. Chasing a lot of energy today. Oh, you're so welcome. I'm glad you're here chasing sunsets. Thank you for joining us. Good day, Dada. How you doing today? Yeah, you caught the recap, Avatar. Good to see you. Grand Rising, Mia. Good Grand Rising, Light Seeker. And Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Absolutely. You're so welcome. Grand Rising Lotus as well. And Jewel, thank you for the follow. Team Olsana, good to see you today. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on our daily collective read. However, before we begin, we are going to be reading for the individuals who had priority today, and that individual is Ava. Ava, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Stevie, good to see you, dear. Thank you for reposting. I appreciate you. Second call right now for Ava. Second call right now. Oh, I got you. Perfect. Good to see you today, Ava. Absolutely. And before we get started on Ava's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the owl. Thank you for the follow, Italian Princess. We will do that again after the next reading. I'm going to pin up Ava here. Guys, make sure to give Ava some love. Also, Ava, can you confirm if this is inside tea or outside tea? Okay. Oh. Okay, got it. There's a couple, yeah. Okay. And can I please, and thank you for being the first one on the list today. You will be getting, you'll be getting an additional card. Give me a minute. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. It's gonna be a wild message. Wow. Okay. So it's interesting because there's a couple, it's not a dream reading, and it's interesting because they're giving me indications as to what's going on in your dream space. But I have to point out, okay, and this is the summary of what I'm seeing is happening. So I gotta get your book out. Hold on a minute. Just bear with me a minute. Yeah. Okay. So the thing we have to be conscientious about is our guides want to help us in the best way possible. And the best way that they can help us is making sure that we do not give the guides incongruous requests. Okay? And they're being very specific on an incongruous request. And an incongruous request is basically it's asking for something, but then not being in the space by which one is energetically prepared to navigate what one finds there. So the reason I'm getting a message in relationality to an incongruous request has to do potentially with the request that you potentially had to the guides to have. I'm getting a lot of messages about having deeper access into the Akashic. And the thing I keep on, the message is basically coming through from your guides is that the Akashic is by its nature a library. And a library is a place. A library is a place that is open to all. And I think you've probably recognized, and we've talked about this. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because we've done some work. We've done some dream, you and I have done some dream work, and you've articulated the fact that you've got some incongruous memories that are potentially arriving specifically in relationality to the dream space, as it relates to potentially identifying or feeling, right? I think you identified the fact that you felt like you had a dream where you were somewhere and you felt another person's presence there, but you couldn't necessarily get the full gist of what was energetically occurring. I'm getting that, like, that is the understanding of often what will happen if one is having a dream that's working through, right, that's working more deeper into the Akashic, because the modality by which you're effectively working or navigating through a dream space that isn't necessarily yours, right? It's almost like it's like you're energetically articulating and requesting to your guides that they move you into um, a, a more spiritually public place, if you will, and the space by which, right, the guides can guide you there, but they can't necessarily control who else may be there, right? It's like that's all I keep on seeing, and I'll show you some of the cards that I'm seeing here, because to help you understand, because I know that you're also someone who reads, because this is the combination of the energy that we see that's connected to the owl energy, right? And then and it's interesting too, because it's almost defining, and the way you'll know that there's confirmation on this, right? The way you'll know that there's confirmation on this is, again, you haven't defined to me what these dreams are like, but I'm going to say the quality by which I'm seeing these dreams is you being in a location and then feeling, like having a feeling. I keep on getting having a feeling that someone is there even though you can't see them, is the confirmation they're giving me in relationality to this reading. So if there's something in the nature of your dreams where you're having dreams and the reason you're feeling vexed or frustrated is because you're having dreams by which it's not even the fact that they're, I keep on getting, the thing that would be frustrating is it's not just the fact that they're there, but the fact is that you're not necessarily engaging with them. They seem to be passing through. That'll be your confirmation as to the fact that what I'm articulating is what is energetically occurring, because that's what I'm getting in relationality to the fact by which, like, I keep on seeing, like, you guys are, like, you're in the same place working, right? And you're passing by one another, and it's unavoidable, right? Because it's unavoidable that you're going to potentially have those moments or experiences by which I keep on getting, it's interesting, I'm getting like, they're giving me like brush shoulder energy, is what they're identifying, right? They can't, like, they can do their best, is what I keep on getting. They can do their best to limit, like, they can do their best to limit contact, but they can't address the feeling of energetically brushing shoulders, as it were, because of the locationality by which you're effectively working, is what I keep on seeing. So I want you to be conscientious about that. Now, you specifically asked for um, you asked for clarification, right? For, first of all, in terms of the two cards that you asked in navigating the relationship, like, that is the first thing about it. And I keep on seeing, and I keep on, like, the major messages coming terms through on the guides is the guides never want to, I need to stress this, your guides never want to do something that energetically hurts you, right? I want you to understand this literally, like, like, this is something that I see that they're bringing this forth because they want you to understand the position that they're energetically in, which is saying they would never want to put you in a place by which it feels too uncomfortable. But if you're asking to get stronger in something, right? If you're asking the guides to get stronger in something, and you'll probably recall this from some of the work that we saw in the last energetic cycle, it's going to potentially, it's not going to push you into, right? It's not going to push you into uncomfortability, but the sound of you getting stronger is like a little, like a little bit of discomforture, right? So, and I feel like that's the message that they're articulating, which is, if something feels like, if something is how, and I'm saying this because it says to me, if something is feeling like there's something that's going on in your dream space that's too much, or it's too energetically painful, then you can articulate that to your guides and saying, like, I'm not energetically ready for that, right? And even in the space, and I want you to understand that identification point in you saying not necessarily ready is not saying that you don't want it. It's you being able to calibrate with your guides what you feel energetically, like what feels like it's helpful or what feels like it's restorative to you, rather than something that feels like it's putting you in a state of despair or distraught. And I want you to write down those words, because I think that they're very important, right? Like the despair or distraught is not, right, is not what the guides are trying to do in any way, shape, or form. But your ability to articulate, if that's what's happening, like make sure that you're communicating that, is what I see. Because I feel like that's what I keep on getting in terms of them trying to move you into, like I see, because, and I keep on seeing like, they're trying to move you into the space by what you're asking. But like they said, because of the fact that they can't necessarily control the energy that's there, your ability to navigate and communicate with them, remember, like they're working collaboratively with you. So you saying like that felt like a little too much, or even saying this is what I would prefer, right? I want you to think about that right now. um, this is what I would prefer. And so your ability to articulate what that preference is again, that's you. Like I want you to understand that is you calibrating with them. Bottom of the deck. um yeah, I think that it's interesting too, because I do feel like you've got two guides around you that I'm seeing, and one of them is an old guide, is what I keep on seeing, and one of them is a new guide. And the thing about it is like they're very, like they both feel angelic. They feel very close to one another, right? Like these are two guys that work together. So that observation, and I keep on seeing, like I think that you're probably feeling that too, right? Like if something feels a little bit different, like it feels like there's a little bit of that work that I see there, in terms of like, and I feel like that's why those two guides are effectively working with one another, because they're trying, like it's going like I'm getting a lot of like going like this. So they're trying to figure out, right? Like they're trying to figure out what brings the best sense of balance to something within you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. I'm going to write these cards down because they're actually really beautiful. I need to start. Hold on. Chariot reversed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 of Cups reversed. That 2 of Swords reversed. Yeah, upright. That's really cool. Upright. And then, but I love. Here's the thing I love though. I love the 10 of Wands in its reversal, with the 8 of Swords in its reversal. It's really beautiful energy. All right. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ava. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. How you doing today, Bridget? I got you on the list here. Good to see you. Welcome. And thank you, user 438, for the follow. Grand Rising, Nicole. Good to see you as well. All right, perfect. So we are going to get started on our daily collective. If anybody else would like to get on the list, you'll be read for once we complete the daily collective. You will be the 3rd person read for, so it's an absolute lovely time to get on the list if you'd like to do so. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Also, just a reminder, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back, if you would like, if you're on the hold list and would like to be if you would like to be returned back to the list, all I need you to do is let me know. Just let me know the date that you were added to the hold list, and I'll be happy to add you back as well. And if you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, you can also get on the list via my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. And your paid membership there also entitles you to the same benefits that I've listed as for subscribers. Good to see you, Siobhan. That said, before we get started on today's daily collective read, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the fox. Thank you. We'll do that again after the next reading. And if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Just bear with me a moment. Welcome, everyone. Happy Thursday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Thursday, May 28th, 2026. We are going to be doing a new moon to full moon reading to prepare us for the shift into the Sagittarius full moon that we've got coming up. We're going to be drawing 3 cards right now. 3 cards on the new moon that we are moving away from, and then 3 cards. I didn't even get started. We already got 1 card flying out. So we're going to be starting our new moon to full moon reading today. I was going to draw these cards one by one, but as soon as I started shuffling the deck, we had 2 cards literally just spring forth out of the deck. So these are going to be our first 2 cards that we're working through in relationality to the lessons of the last moon into the new one. So one of the things that we're seeing, and I'm not surprised to see this here, is the first 2 cards that we're arriving to are the World card in its transverse in combination with our 4 of Pentacles in its transverse. Now, this is very important because one of the things that we were talking about, one of the big things that we saw that occurred in relationality to that new moon that we in Taurus season was the observation of the shifting or the deepening of the world relationships into deeper divine union. Now, this is very important because one of the things that you'll remember is that particular energetic cycle of relationships began with the Capricorn new moon that we experienced way back in January. So this is a continuation, right? This is a continuation of arriving into a lot of the understanding that we came into during the experience of that energetic period. And what's important to recognize in relationality to, and I think it's really interesting that the World card is in its transverse here, because what with the 4 of Pentacles in its transverse is because it identifies and it works through and I think it's really interesting because to a certain extent the world card in its transverse is the ideal state for this card to be in, right? Because it's and this is a continuation of the lessons that we've been working through or learning for the time that we've experienced Jupiter in Cancer, which is the understanding of the difference between what it looks like on the outside to navigate a manifestation goal versus what it feels like internally. And it's very different. And you have to understand. So, one of the things we understand, this is often why we talk about a good manifestation should not be about the observation of getting things, right? Or working into the tangibility, but rather the communication of the energetic feeling right? That one is effectively trying to move into, because we often recognize this. This is effectively what we mean when we talk about the illusion of reality, right? Because we talk about the illusion of reality, and it's the observation of what it feels like to observe something, right? What it feels like to energetically observe something versus what it feels like as one is embodying it. For instance, I like to describe, like, this is often the journey, and this is often why I like to identify too when I'm working through the lessons of the world card. I like to bring the idea or the concept of a swan into focus, right? Because when you see a swan like moving across the water, it looks really fluid. It looks seamless. It looks like there's a streamlined quality to it that looks very remarkable, right? And so there's a lot of elegance there. But then what do you actually understand is propelling the swan through the water? It's all of that work underneath, right? It's the webbing, it's the dirt that gets kicked up, it's the constant propulsion that the energy is giving, that allows, right, that allows for that sense of smoothness. And so this is often something that we don't recognize or we don't energetically anticipate, because we understand, and this is why we recognize that with a healthy manifestation, the ability, right, the ability to understand that the way one often, like, healthy manifestation goals aren't necessarily like a switch, so much as it feels more akin to like perpetual preparation, right? Like, there you are, like, effectively becoming better at something, but all you feel, right? All you feel as you are perfecting is the state by which you're perpetually perfecting, or you're perpetually preparing. So there you are, perpetually preparing, right, as you're accomplishing, right? And it never feels so much like you arrive at a place, so much as you're constantly, right, you're constantly moving through things from one preparation to the next. So we see that for a lot of the energy potentially working through that observation, right? That observation of like surrendering, right? And this is what we talk about with surrendering the arrival point, right? Surrendering the feeling by which we understand that there's no manifestation that'll make us feel like we've energetically arrived. When you let go, right? When you let go of that arrival point, and you focus more upon building into your purpose, then you recognize that a healthy manifestation is effectively similar to a beautiful process of gentle perfecting, right? And with a lot of compassion that is added to that. So I think that there's something about that in its own way feels energetically stabilizing, because it's the understanding, right, that there's not necessarily an arrival point, so much as the modality or the understanding of building into one preparation into the next, because that, right, like, that is working, like, that's often what happens, because what happens as you move into a manifestation goal, third card for today's spread, wildest thing, your manifestation goal changes, right? And that changed, but here's the thing about it, and this is the important thing about it, right? The difference, and this is bringing us into Gemini season, the difference between a changing manifestation goal, right? It's not that, and when we're in a healthy space, you'll often notice this. When one is in a healthy space, the manifestation goal doesn't necessarily change so much as it expands, right? Like, it's the observation, like, that is the joy of moving into a healthy manifestation goal, is you arrive to new manifestations, right? You arrive to new possibilities. So there you are, right? And this is why we talk about the profound beauty of moving towards one sense of purpose, because there you are moving into a sense of purpose, right? And you start with an attainment goal, right? You start with an accomplishment. And then what happens when you arrive to the accomplishment? Possibilities that you had not perceived before. Possibility, like, oh my goodness, here I am, like here one is, like reaching that point of accomplishment, and you arrive into possibilities. And then the shape, right? The shape or the nature of one's manifestation goal necessarily changes. And that's what we articulate upon maturation. Now, for a lot of the energy potentially navigating that, there's something, I feel like there's something very beautiful about it, but it's not just the fact that it's beautiful. I just keep on saying it's beautiful, but it's also, right, I keep on, there is a there's something very nostalgic I want to put forth on this, right? Like especially with that Six of Swords in its upright, because the Six of Swords in its upright effectively speaks to us to a certain extent about the process by which we come to grow, right? And when we come to grow, we come to know ourselves, and when we come to know ourselves, we hold ourselves more gently. And the thing about that, and I think that there's something really beautiful, because I feel like there's a quality that we identify, like there's a quality that we can identify, particularly and especially. There's a quality that we can identify, particularly and especially in that recent new moon in Taurus, that the best way I can communicate it is working through the context or the condition of identifying and recognizing, um, not just the work that's energetically needed, but what it is that, like, and what it is that we are working to effectively get better at. And the thing about it too, and I like this because, and I'm not surprised to see a Six of Swords as we're moving away from a Taurus new moon in Taurus season, because, and the best way I can describe these cards together is like articulating that it be like that sometimes, right? And what do I mean by like it be like that sometimes? Because um when we're working through the context of identifying and recognizing, like, and you'll understand this, like there you will be, right? There you will be at the height of your purpose, doing everything possible for everyone around you, right? And it's the understanding that even as you do, and this is why you have to let go, right? You have to let go of manifestation goals that are built upon, right? Loud approval, right? And why? Because there's nothing more energetically detrimental in working into a manifestation goal that does not address our own capacity of loving ourselves, right? Because we have to talk about, and I feel like this is where that Sagittarian full moon comes up. We have to work into the context of understanding that a healthy manifestation goal is not in the arrival point of saying, if this occurs, I will then love myself, right? Because that is often a manifestation goal that's built or centered around an unhealed wound, because it's the manifestation goals that are built upon mass approval that is often uncovering a childhood wound, right? Because there you see, and this is often why we start, like, this is why it gets like a little bit heavy when we start really unpacking and doing the work of working towards our manifestation goals. Because, like, I want you to imagine that the universe is like a very loving parent, right? And we go through the work of healing with the universe. He's a very loving parent. and we ask for something. And what does a loving parent say, right? What is it when a child says to a parent, I want this, right? Then the parent says, why do you want that? Why do you want that? Right? And because of this. Okay, cool. You want it because of that. Why do you want that? Because of this, right? And it's that constant unpacking, if you will, that helps us get to what it is that we ourselves are working to heal, right? And it's hard, right? It's uncomfortable, it's painful. But even in the space by which we work through that, and this is what's so beautiful, right? Because often when we're working into the space of allowing for a universe that's a very gentle teacher, then the universe will often say, you want that, but is that what you need, right? Like you want that, right? I know you want it, but is that what you need, right? Is that what you is that is it why the and this is the thing about it, and this is what's beautiful, because this is what we talk about with the manifestation goal that's in alignment, right? Because when we're aligned, right, when your manifestation goal is in alignment, being like, why do you want it? I want it because of this. Why do you need it? I need it because of this, right? Why does the world need it? Because of this, right? Like this is what we build into with the world. Like this is the world card is the conversation about the beautiful manifestation goal, which is the manifestation goal that is truly what is good, because it's not just good for the self, right? It's not just good for this, it's good for everything around this, right? Like that's the unified manifestation goal, because it's the manifestation goal that's got a beat to it, right? It's something that everybody else also energetically shares. It's the space by which we feel it and we understand the harmony in it. And when we understand the harmony of it, right, then it allows for that expansion point by which we're able to see the full possibilities that we potentially arrive to. So we've got a lot of that energy here. And this was all the work that we saw that was occurring as we were navigating through that new moon in Taurus season. So let's talk a little bit about what we can anticipate and expect as we move into this full moon in Sagittarius. 3 cards, please. 3 cards. First card. Woo! We've got the 2 of Cups and it's upright. Um, I like the 2 of Cups and it's upright. And I want to describe, like, it's heart to heart energy, and I'm not surprised to see this type of energy here. And I'm going to say this again because I was articulating this before we started the podcast, which is we want to be a little conscientious right now. Okay? We want to be a little conscientious right now, particularly and especially in recognition to working through the observation that the best way I can describe it is we were in a Libra moon, like just before, like just like yesterday. And now we're in a Scorpio moon before a Sagittarius full moon. And the thing about that is now is not the time to be making cranky choices. And when I say cranky, yeah, and I don't, because the thing about it, and I want you to understand, this is beautiful energy for light bulb moments, right? This is beautiful. This is beautiful energy for through and identifying harmony, or working into, right, like working patiently into things, but with a sense of proportionality. And the one thing I like, the things that I think that are really profound and beautiful about some of the energy that we're currently experiencing, and I want to tell you, there's something very intriguing, right? There's something very intriguing about having Jupiter in Cancer in combination with in combination with Venus that's also in Cancer, right? Because, and that's what I meant about it being kind of heart to heart energy, because it's about having, like, it's like having hard conversations that are incredibly but are strong, like strong conversations, right? And what do I mean by hard conversations are strong conversations? Because hard conversations are strong conversations are the understanding that when we're working through things, right? When we're working through things with a sense of determination and commitment, the ability, right? The ability to effectively like identify or recognize that allows one to be able to do something in a way that one has never done it before, right? It's the observation, it's the observation of being able to take a very stabilizing approach to things. And I want you to understand this too. Um, there's something very important that we see there as it relates to building into the context of what it takes to be steadfast, right? And you'll often notice this, right? The space by which one is able to communicate to another has a lot to do with our ability to build into one's own sense of presence, right? Having you know, and I want to point this out. There's no such thing as a like, and I want to describe heavy conversations anchor things, right? They allow the space by which things can begin. And so I think that there's something about that's very beautiful, because I feel like a lot of the beauty that we're perceiving there has to do with the observation of not only working through things, but working into the observation of what it means to be able to articulate upon something that has, right, a lot of personal meaning is the best way I can describe it. Continuing to get clarification, the second card that we see, yeah, the Hanged Man, and it's in its upright. So the thing we identify, and I want to describe the thing that we identify, right? And here's the thing, and I love this too, because and so I have a little bit of a different astrological take on the cards than others do in terms of what the astrology is connected to cards. And the Hangman, interestingly, is a card that I often associate to Sagittarian energy, right? Because um, it works into, right? It works into navigating through, right, our immediate reactivity points. And I want to describe this like we all have we all have reactivity points, right? Reactivity points are often where our triggers lie. And the thing is, it's important to be able to navigate a trigger, right? We're supposed to be. And there's this false premise that we're working away from, right? Our job is not to get rid of our triggers. Our triggers, when our triggers are well placed, they sit very firmly next to a standard, right? Which is the space by which another person says, like, oh, you seem triggered, being like, yeah, and you should be too, right? Because it's the observation or the recognition of being able to identify or work into something. And even in the space by which one is able to work into it, right? The ability to navigate or to articulate upon the displeasure that we have to things is the shape by which we're able to articulate upon our standards even further. And so I think that there's something really important about that, because I feel like that in itself, like the conversation, right? The conversation related to the valuation of what it means to have and to hold a standard. This is the fabric of good relationship, right? When we talk about to have and to hold, the statement to have and to hold when you're building into a relationship isn't about having and holding the other person. It's about having and holding the standard of the unified relationship that one is trying to build with another. And when you identify the space by which you say to have and to hold, it identifies the fact that not only do we, when we're in a healthy relationship, not only do we have each other's backs, but we hold each other's standards for one another, right? Like that's what it actually means. Like that's what it means when we talk about to have and to hold, right? To have and to hold is the observation that says it's not about possessiveness, right? It's about standards. It's about identifying and saying, I've got your back, right? I have your back. I have the observation of taking care of you, even when, right? Even when you're not there, right? It's the observation of understanding that we have one another's back, even when we're not there, and we hold each other's standards, right? So that's what I have to have and to hold means. It says, I have your back and I hold your standards for you. And when we think about that, right, when you actually take that into consideration when you're navigating relationship, right, how does that change? How does that change the experience of being in one? How does that change the experience of what it feels like? How does it change the experience of observing and recognizing what it is that one is trying to move through? And I want to tell you right now, right? I imagine if I say that, you probably have a lot of feelings that come up, right? You probably have a lot of trauma that potentially comes up around situations and circumstances wherein it did not feel like another individual potentially had your back, did not feel like the energy by which experiences by which another person couldn't hold their standards. And this often, and I want to point this out, this is why we often talk about the difference between a recoverability point in relationship versus often what can create trauma in terms of what we desire to heal, but we feel like we can't. Because what often happens, right? Paying attention to the thing that is so frustrating around carrying trauma is navigating the incongruity of the fact that often, and this is the most painful thing, this is why there's nothing worse to say to someone who's carrying trauma, going, you should just get over it, as if one could, right? As if one could. Oh, someone be like, what an amazing concept. Oh my gosh, I never thought of that before. Right? Like what an amazing idea to be able to just let go of something that's hurt us, right? And that's why it can be so painful. However, right? And this is what we talk about with the dirty work it takes when we're really invested in trying to heal, right? That often when we're trying to heal, it feels like a little mix of both, right? It's the observation of understanding what is achievable in terms of what it is that we are working to move through, right? Our own past, our own experiences of being hurt. And often the space by which, like the only way, right? The only way to heal it is to allow ourselves to feel uncomfortable again, right? It's allowing ourselves to energetically navigate through something. And it's through the navigation of it that we come into, right? We come into a deeper quality or understanding of what it is that we hold, or the trauma that we're working through, or the ability by which we are able to navigate to another where we are. And that brings us to the third card in today's spread, bottom of the deck coming through here. Yeah, the three of swords in its reversal. And I want you to kind of think about this too, right? Because I feel like there's a quality that we need to let go of when it comes to working through healing, which is being like, I'm over it or I'm under it. I'm over it, I'm under it, right? I'm like, I'm not over it, I'm not over it, I'm not over it, I'm over it. Like, and this is a continue, and this is where you see the synchronization between the two lessons that we've talked about, right? Because you'll remember that when we first started this conversation, we talked about the nature of manifestations, which is there you are working on a manifestation. And what happens as you're navigating into a healthy manifestation goal? You arrive at new possibilities, right? You see things that you haven't seen before. The nature of the manifestation actually grows because you yourself are growing as an individuated person. So much like that, when we apply that same consideration to our healing journeys, then we understand that when we're working to heal, right? Healing is not like it's not a binary system of energetic forgiveness, right? It's not a binary system of energetic forgiveness, which says, like, oh, I've let it go, I haven't let it go, but rather being able to plot the destination on where we are on that journey, right? And that's why we talk about the landscape of healing, because when we're working through healing, we find ourselves in different places. And you'll sometimes notice this. Sometimes it feels easy. Sometimes you'll have those moments where you're like, oh, it's the easiest thing. Some days you feel like you're right back in the thick of it. Because, and this is the thing about it, when we think about healing, less, right? Less as a metric and more like a landscape, right? When we think about our healing, less like a metric and more as a landscape, then we don't try to work on crunching the numbers on how we feel about things to try to determine where we are, but more the ability to explain to another, right, where they find us, and our ability of communicating to each other, right? Our ability of communicating to each other where we find one another is how we go about the process of either building a new relationship, either working to heal old wounds, either navigating the landscape of our own trauma. And there's something very important about that, because I feel like, and I think that there's something very intriguing that I see that's potentially occurring in recognizing that every relationship we have with every individual person is another possibility to potentially heal something that we did not recognize or realize that we ourselves were carrying, right? That observation or that opportunity of understanding the magnificent power of connection, which is, and it's the attenuation point by being able to articulate and define the energetic nuance in terms of what it means to be able to know one another, or to be able to engage upon one another, or to be able to communicate with each other. You know, that quality and condition is amplified by the work that we put into ourselves, right? And this is why it's not selfish, right? This is why it's not selfish. This is why it's not selfish, so long as to be fascinated with the self, right? Because it's not, and you have to understand this, it's the quality and condition by which you understand that those who are self obsessed are often in the space by which they're not thinking about themselves enough. I'm going to say that again. Those who have the tendency of being self-obsessed are often the ones who are not thinking about themselves too much, right? Because what do you often see? The quality, it's, and this is getting back to what I articulated upon the difference between what it feels like to be within it versus how others experience, right? Because what you'll often notice with those who are potentially self-obsessed is they go towards others with demands, right? And the space by which, when one is self obsessed, it often feels like one is at the height of one's energetic need, right? Because it's the observation of the demanding quality by which you're effectively experiencing, right? The difference between what it feels like within versus how others experience it without, right? Whereas those, and here's the ridiculous thing about it. There are those who are worried, right? There are those who are worried about being self-obsessed, that are convinced that they are, and everybody else sees them as the most considerate person they've ever energetically met, right? Because that's how it works. This is what we talk about with the swan energy, right? This is the painful understanding of what is experienced, right? And I want you to imagine that there you are worrying all the time, right? There you are worrying about others all the time. And what is everyone else around you experiencing? Look at all that harmony, right? There you are, like, agonizing over things, right? And feeling imperfect. And what does everyone else outside of the self see? Absolute perfection, bottom of the deck, it hurts sometimes, right? It's a painful conundrum in recognizing and identifying that the quality by which we work, the quality by which we worry is the fortification by which others never experience that, right? But it's hard, right? Because we get caught up in here, right? And so I feel like there's something really beautiful about that, because it's the observation of what it takes when we build into the context of treating ourselves gently, right? And treating ourselves gently is not treating ourselves lazily, right? It's not the amplification. It's not the space by which one says, like, right? It's not stagnant, but being able to effectively identify and recognize, right? I feel like this is a beautiful full moon to come into appreciation, like a moment to effectively revel. And I like to point this out because, like, whenever I read into Sagittarian energy, like, the word that always comes up for me is revelry, right? Which is saying revelry is beautiful in the space by which we effectively, the space by which we delight upon the self, right? And it's a work. And here's the thing about it, right? There we are trying to do our best upon things, and everybody else gets the joy of the, like, the everyone else gets the joy of experiencing the self that is committed to being the best self. But often the space by which it doesn't feel like that internally, I want you to kind of think about that as you go through a lot of this energy, which is, what is it, like what would it feel like to to treat the self with the same amount of consideration and care that you try to apply to everyone around the self, right? What would that feel like? Because if that is often, and again, that's a difficult question there, right? It's difficult, but it's important, because that right there, like, that is how we navigate, like, that is the effectively how we navigate, like, the alchemy of the spirit, as it were, between what our intention is versus how that intention manifests around us, right? And it's not easy, right? Because you'll often, there we are with our intentions going, I'm doing my best to try like, are you receiving this with the same intent that I'm trying to convey it? And often, here's the thing, sometimes the best way to find out is through a healthy conversation. Right? Like, sometimes the best, I know it's real awkward, right? I can sometimes it feels real cringe inducing, but I like to point out, and this is why we appreciate the Sagittarians in our life, because Sagittarians understand, like, this is why I always identify that, like, Sagittarians, I often are in the context of saying they're cringe, but they're free, right? Because when we move out of our, when we just embrace our cringiness, right? Then what is it we're usually cringing about? How much how much we love something, right? How much something means to us, right? And it's like, but because that is literally the soul's enthusiasm for just being, I'm just happy to be like, you see the Sagittarius being like, I'm just happy to be here, right? It's the enthusiasm that becomes, and here's the thing about it, our enthusiasm, like, when we get through the cringe in sharing our enthusiasm, it becomes euphoric, right? It gives everyone else permission to do so too. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I'll never DM you, I'll never PM you, I'll never slide into your inbox and tell you I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site, so I encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the court cards of the Pentacle suit. Our next class is going to be held on Thursday, June 18th at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in with a focus on the aces. Keep doing that. I'm sorry, we were doing the court cards for like a while there. So I keep on saying, like, we did all the courts. Now we're doing the aces. We're going to be studying the history of the cards, the symbology of the cards, and me walking you through a special spread application, how to read those cards in any direction they appear in your own spread. I'll also be presenting you a unique spread to help you channel the messages of those cards in your own reading. And all you need to do if you'd like to become part of that tarot class program is head on over to my Stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I try to do in my classes is make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. You don't need to worry about your experience level. There'll be something there for everyone. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events, as well as my online live schedule and my mystic meditation articles, which give you updates on everything I'm seeing energetically in the cards based on the lumination cycle. I'll be releasing one on this full moon we've got coming up in today or tomorrow. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute reads, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey, as well as dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as the series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming through in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Kath. You got our highest gifter. You will have an additional card in your reading. And you'll have a full reading. And Bridget, you came in second, so you'll have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the fourth person read for. Great time to get on the list if you'd like to get on the list. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Just taking a minute to catch up on some of the comments. Also, for anybody who's joining us on the place where we keep the videos, you can also get on the list today via my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. How you doing today, Bridget? Good to see you. And thank you, user 438, for the follow. Excellent. You're so welcome, Ava. Grand Rising, Siobhan. Good to see you today. Absolutely. And thank you for sharing the live, Bridget. I appreciate you. Hi, how you doing today, Joe? And good to see you as well. How you doing, Erebus? Okay. Hi there, Zach. Excellent. You're so welcome, Ava. And good to see you as well. Thank you, Alchemist. Oh my God, Avatar, what? I need clarity on what you just wrote. Thank you, Nicole, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. And thank you, Erica, for getting on the list. You'll be read for after Kath. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the fifth person read for. Yeah, it makes so much sense. Yeah, so much of that goes on inside. Thank you as well, Ella. Thank you for reposting, Erica. I appreciate you. Super cranky yesterday. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I have your back. Absolutely. There's finally a drop roll. I'm waiting. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Avatar. Absolutely. And thank you for those gifts, Kath. Looking forward to our reading. Happy to read for you on that, Eileen. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. I've let it go one paint chip at a time. I like that, Bridget. How you doing today, Kath? Yes, we just finished the collective, dear. Yes, so true. And thank you, user 179, for the follow. Lisa, thank you for the follow as well. Yeah, the cringe. I need people who share my cringe. I feel like a lot of the questions that you're posting there, user 721, are by their very nature adversarial. So I'm curious as to what you're trying to get. Like, there's clearly something that you're trying to articulate. There's a difference between a question that there's a difference between a question that one asks because one seeks to understand or learn further versus something that is meant to effectively provoke. And I think it's interesting too because I want to break down like the concept or the idea of new age is arriving into. You have to understand that most of the great human movements that we've had have effectively been new age movements. When you think about Renaissance energy, that would be identification of a new age movement. Anything that brings a shift of perspective or a different way of viewing the world is by its very nature new age. So it's an interesting question that you provoke that you propose because it does beg the question: why are you afraid of concepts that potentially hearken in new ages of understanding? And why do you feel like there's something about that that immediately brings some kind of provocation point out within you? Mm-hmm. Hi there, Erica. Good to see you today. Looking forward to our reading, dear. Excellent. So, Eileen, as I mentioned, the way you have questions answered here is by sending the donation. I do the free reading each day. So, if you'd like to have that question answered, if you'd like to get on the list, I'm happy to read on it. But I would ask that you not repeat the same question in the chat space. Please go to the code of conduct that's pinned to my profile. It's not polite to those who are trying to communicate in the chat. Thank you for reposting, Pisces Tarot. I hope you're having a beautiful day. I think it's really interesting, user 721, that you were trying to write if all could really see, but you wrote if wall could really see. I think that you should pay very close attention to what your unconscious is trying to state with that revelation. You're so welcome, Ella. Happy Thursday, Pisces. How are you doing today? Guys, give Pisces some love. Reader supporting readers. I'm gonna have to pause you here, user 721. We've got a rule about posting non sequiturs in the chat space. You have to utilize the chat space to post full thought forms. So I would again ask you to be mindful in terms of what you're posting there, because if you continue to post non sequiturs, I will have to mute you. How you doing today, dear? Yeah. So again, you're posting non sequiturs, and I need to point out non sequiturs are received as nonsense. So this is not the space for stream of consciousness, because what you're effectively doing is you're trying to antagonize with non sequiturs. This is a space by which we're trying to communicate and heal. It's actually interesting. I actually saw a profile that actually likes to try to goad others on through communication like this. But I need to ask, you've got a very precious amount of time on this earth. Like every minute that we spend together is a minute that you cannot get back. So I'm going to proceed to mute you from this moment, but I want you to think about that, right? Every moment that you spent posting these things could have been a moment that you were putting joy into this world. So I can't be the arbitrator in terms of how you choose to spend your precious existence, but I do feel like it's my duty to call it to your attention. I hope you have a beautiful day. Excellent. All right, my friends, we're going to continue right now. The first person that we're reading for is going to be Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. I appreciate that. I'm an Aries rising. It's taking a lot of work, my friends. Okay. If you don't have it at home, you got to make it from scratch. Okay, you got to make it from scratch. All right, the first person we're reading here. If I could do it, Ava, you can do it. Okay. Absolutely. How you doing today, Joy? All right, let's continue. First person we're reading for today is Bridget. Bridget, if you could let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And just a reminder to anybody who would like to get on the list, it's a great time to get on the list right now. You'll be the 5th person read for. You had to make, yeah, Leo Risings kind of have to make theirs from scratch too. Well, I don't think, you know what, here's the thing about it. Leo Risings don't need to make it from scratch. They have to defend their patience with their life because everybody's trying to test it. Okay. It's not the fact that a Leo rising is lacking patience. It's just the fact that everybody is trying to throw themselves against your patience like every minute of the day. Okay. Yeah, I like an Aries Taurus cusp though, because it's like Aries Taurus cusp is like you and whose army. It's like don't start something that you can't finish. Like that's what happens. Thank you. Lawrence, if you'd like to get on the list, all you do is send a donation via my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Bridget, did you post your question on the Disco? And just a reminder to friends, if you are a paid subscriber, you have access to our subscriber only Disco channel, where you can introduce yourself to the collective. There's also a perk there where you can find in the perk section a discount to our tarot class subscription program. So if you're a super fan and you don't have access there yet, just message me a Disco GIF from this reading and I'll be happy to add you to it. And same thing for those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos. You stick around long enough, Bia, you'll be able to see my hands. All right, let's get to it. And I've got your question here. I appreciate that, Pisces. So good to see you today. All right, what do we got going on today? What do we got going on? Before we continue, though, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the Animal Spirit Oracle cards here. I'm going to count back from 10, and when I get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the bear. I could see why you might think that's an earth dragon, though, Pisces. All right. I love when the hands go. I mean, I can't. I'm Italian. I can't control my hands. They need to be moving if I'm going to be communicating. All right, where are we? All right, I've got outside tea here for Bridget. Let me print up. Let me pin up Bridget here, guys. Make sure to give Bridget some love. Come on, come here. Okay, perfect. I feel like I'm in a liminal space, an in between season of life. A lot of things are ending while many things are beginning. And some of these beginnings even feel like old things returning or resurfacing in a new way, if that makes sense. At the same time, I feel grief around many of these endings. Even when I understand change is necessary or aligned, there's sadness in letting go of what was, who I was, or what I thought certain things would be. I would really love guidance from my guides and highest self on what I should be aware of during this transition stage and how I can best navigate this season, what I may be overlooking, and any reassurance or wisdom they may want me to know as I move through this in between space. What a beautiful question. Can I please get 3 cards? Four cards. Thank you. You know, wow. You know, there's a couple. It's so there's a few things I'm seeing that's coming through. And I'm not the type of person um to employ um the W word, which is wait. But the thing that I see that you have to navigate, like your observation, I keep on hearing, whose liminal space are you in? I keep on getting, would the owner of this liminal space please come to claim it? Is what I keep on getting. I just keep on hearing your guys go, would the owner of this liminal space, like excuse me, there's like somebody has illegally parked their liminal space here. Could someone please come get it? Because here's the thing I'm getting, that you're not one for liminal spaces. You know? The thing is that I see, like I've got you, the hard part about it is I see you in a transition state, right? And the thing about a transition state is I definitely recognize, like there's definitely, like I keep on seeing, like your space is understanding that you're letting go of things right now to begin something new, right? Like it's saying to me, like I really like and I feel like there's almost like, I feel like you plan for this day, is what I keep on getting. You plan, and I want to describe, I keep on hearing um an eventuality that is planned for is a is a an eventuality that we plan for is a life event. is what I keep on getting. And I feel like I need to write that down for you. Hold on. Yeah. Like an eventuality that we plan for is a major life event. And I just keep on seeing, like, I just keep on seeing a circumstance or situation that, like, I'm identifying the fact that there's something about it that you have to hold yourself gently as you're going through it, because I see you, right? Like I see, like it's interesting too, because I feel like I almost see you going through something that feels a little bit like survivor guilt, is what I keep on getting, right? Because I feel like I keep on seeing a situation like it's not a surprise to anyone if you articulated that this is what, like, this is what you've been meaning to do for quite some time. um you know, the one thing I'm seeing that you have to navigate, and I think that there's like, I think that this is potentially the surprise, all of the feelings, right? All of the feelings that are coming up because you're recognizing the passage of time, right? And I don't know, again, I don't know when your last Saturn return was, but I think that there's something, I keep on getting, this is going to be something that you look back as very sacred, is what I keep on seeing. Some kind of energy that feels very sacred, specifically and particularly. I don't know, I keep on getting the message. This is the last time you're going to be making choices solely for yourself, is what I keep on hearing from your guides. This is the last, I keep on hearing, this is the last time you're going to be making choices solely for yourself. Hold on. I have to write that down for you. And I keep on seeing, like, and it's interesting too, because um it's not, it says to me, like, the reason, like, it, and I want you to be very conscientious if you're feeling very sentimental for the present, is what I'm getting, because that's why they're articulating to me that you're not in a liminal space, you're in a sentimental one, because I see some kind of new energy coming towards you here with the King of Cups. Like the King of, it's funny that I was about to say King of Cups, but instead it's the King of Coins and it's reversal with an Eight of Pentacles, is what I keep on seeing. Because like the one thing I keep on getting here is I see you, I see you coming to an end on something, and I see another person coming into a fresh beginning. Like I'm getting somebody who's in the midst of a fresh start. And I keep on seeing that, um, like your perception that potentially changes in a like, I think you're probably already seeing this, like everything around you is change, but everything I'm seeing around them is new. um and it's interesting as well because um I keep on getting, it has something to do, like there's something to pay attention here in relationality to that that missing bloodstone that you identified. I don't know, you probably haven't, I don't know if you found it yet, but um I keep on getting a message about the fact that somebody's bringing it over to someone because they need it too, is what I keep on getting. Like I keep on hearing, like I keep on hearing one of your guides being like, I just need to borrow this for a second, because um you know, the thing I keep on getting is, you know, I get it. So the guide I'm seeing is explaining the fact. Remember how I articulated upon the bloodstones were unified, and that they're identifying the work that needs to be done. So I see you in the space by which you keep on, like, one keeps misplacing it, which is the guide that's also trying to articulate that you should be following your heart into things right now, right? You should be looking for things that speak to your heart right now. I want to write that down. I want you to write that down. Okay? Like, your mission right now is looking for things that speak to your heart. Okay? Because I keep on seeing the reason that they're identifying the fact that they're bringing the bloodstone to your counterpart is because I see them trying to find their heart again. You know, like, I see somebody right now who feels very lost. I feel like I see somebody who feels very like, I almost feel like I feel like I see somebody who feels um like, I keep on hearing somebody questioning their choice to move somewhere or do something, right? Like, just perpetual, like, I have somebody who's like in the state of perpetually questioning themselves. So I keep on seeing the reason that the guide is articulating that they were trying to bring the bloodstone. I feel like they've been trying to bring the bloodstone in proximity to them because they need to find their heart again, right? They're looking for something. They're looking for a place where they can where they can feel, like, where they can feel at home again, is what I keep on getting. Because blood, like, I often like to make the association that, like, bloodstones are very similar to the energy of a hearthstone, right? Like, it's working into the context of them truly, like, I keep on seeing them feel like they're like, this isn't this, like, I keep on seeing them looking because they feel like disconnected from the energy around them, right? And so I almost, like, it's funny too, because I just keep on seeing the fact that the guide isn't necessarily giving it to them, but they're bringing it to them in proximity, um, when they sleep, to remind them, that to give them that reminder of the fact that the only way that they're going to find that again is if they I keep wondering, if they allow themselves to put themselves out there. So I think that there's something very important about that I'm seeing, because um I don't, and I, you know, here's the thing about it. I don't see, and I know this is why this is going to feel like a frustrating reading for you. I don't see anything that you should be doing differently beyond the directive that was just articulated by the guide, which says looking and actively seeking to do things that speak to your heart. Because I see that I feel like I keep on getting, that's where you're going to find them, right? You're gonna be finding them like that, like that's why the guide's bringing them the bloodstone too, because I keep on being like they're trying to, like, give you, like, I feel like it's almost like the guide trying to give you both the same direction. But for you, it's actively looking for things, right? For you, it's the act of looking. For them, it's the act of finding, if that makes sense. You know, like, you is looking, and them is finding. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And I just want to show you, like, these are the cards. Like, I don't know what you've been dreaming about recently, but these are the cards that I'm seeing in connection to them, if it helps. Because I feel like there's something, like, and I want you to think about, like, this is how they feel right now. They feel like a turtle on their back, right? They feel like I feel like they're waiting for somebody. Like, and I think that in the past, they had friends that knew them very well, that knew when to turn them over, is what I keep on seeing. Like, somebody who knows, like, hey, you know, like, I haven't heard from you. You know, like I feel like that's like they're learning. I keep wondering, like they're learning to like get themselves out of a funk in a way that they never have before. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comment that came through as I was reading. Yeah, I would definitely make sure that you're spending some time right now. Oh, thank you for that gift, dear. In terms of trying to discern whose emotions they are, whether they're yours or whether you're sympathetically feeling another's. Edna, thank you for joining us. Yeah, I definitely don't do them. I'm full steam ahead space. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and these things have just landed in my lap. That's what I meant. Like, can someone, whoever's liminal space this is, can you come get it? Yeah, I guess I planned for these things before coming here. I didn't do this no, I don't think, like, here's the thing about it. Like, when we're working with purpose, that's often how it feels. You know, you wrote this down too. Thank you, Ella, for also receiving this message. You're currently in your Saturn return with Saturn and Aries. Oh my goodness. Just make sure that you're moving through it. Make sure that you're not, don't take a scorched earth approach to things. Okay. I'm not, I mean, but I have a feeling that you can't help, like, again, unless something deserves to be scorched. I got you. Thank you, Bridget. They might be the ones going through the Saturn return then, because I feel like there's a Saturn return very close to you. Yeah, all your comforts are leaving. But I feel like this is you finding new comforts right now. Yeah, routines and people are changing. And it happened quickly. Yeah. Still haven't found the other stone. You did have an interesting dream the other day, which I will share. Oh, wonderful. Okay, cool. Great. Thank you for confirming about the dream I was seeing. Oh, that's wild. You've been feeling, I can see why you'd be feeling them a lot in the dream space lately. I feel like they're in proximity to you. Yeah, you don't remember them, but that's I don't think like, here's the thing about it. They're not crazy. I feel like they're very spontaneous. Is what I see. I don't think crazy is, I'm not picking up crazy there. I'm picking up very, very spontaneous. Yeah. Hi there, Colleen. How you doing today? Excellent. Welcome. How you doing today? It's my. How you doing today, Ryder? Hi there, Karen. How you doing? Hold on a minute. Okay. Excellent. Perfect. All right. I notice when I fall asleep in my silence and dreams are wild, but if I sleep, oh, interesting. Okay. But if you sleep, hold on a minute. Oh, glad to hear that, Colleen. When you are wild, but you sleep with a noise machine, you can't remember them as well. Well, we can try to dig into it's probably because it's keeping you from moving into a deeper sleep state, you know? But we can get it. We can always dive into that more. You're so welcome, Bridget, and thank you again for having that reading with me. All right, we are going to continue right now. The next person that we are reading for today is going to be it's my if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a wait, actually pause. I'm pausing that. Colleen, I had you on the list as first because we needed to hold your reading. So Colleen, did you want to have that reading now? Because I was actually looking for you earlier. Excellent. Ah, I get it. Okay, perfect. Okay, great. All right, let me just add you here. One moment. Okay. Excellent. And if anybody else would like to get on the list today, we have 5 spots available before the list will be closed. So 5 spots we read for here. Highest priority messages from Spirit. past life, dream interpretation, angelic, mediumship, animal spirit, akashic aura, love readings, guide readings, life path, symbol decoding, and mind body spirit. If you have information that you feel is relevant or necessary for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Also, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, you just need to let me know the date you're added to the whole list. I'll be happy to add you back as well. And when we get to 50K likes over on the Clock app, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. We are already at 12K, friends, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Excellent. The order today, Nicole, I'm happy to read it. So the order we have right now is we've got Colleen, It's My, Kath, and Erica. Got it. And Colleen, could you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? You'll also have an additional card. Thank you so much for your patience in having that reading. Nicole, did you send over? Did you send over for one? I just want to confirm if you did. I've got, oh, did you want to be added back? Okay. Yeah. Okay. So you just, whenever you win. Yeah. You just have to confirm that you want to be added to today. Okay. Apologies. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. So just going forward, if you're on the hold list, just say to me, like, I want to be added on the list for the date, and I'll be happy to do so. Absolutely. Okay. Apology for the confusion between us. Perfect. All right. Let's continue right now. We're doing a general for Colleen. And before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I appreciate that, Nicole. All right, I've got the animal spirit cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the water dragon. We'll do that again after the next reading. Okay. Hi there, Nikki. Okay. 4 cards for Colleen, please. You know what? There's something I'm reading here that feels like incredibly absurd. And I want to point this out. Like, practical matters don't put us in the mood for anything, is what I'm getting. And I think that there's something really important about that. Because, like, I feel like I see some kind of situation in terms of somebody, like the sound of somebody absolutely wasting your time is someone who has no idea or nor concern the type of pressure you're under, is what I keep on seeing. You know? and the thing about it is, and I gotta stress this because I feel like it's really important to come. Like I don't even like, you know, there's something about, there is a quality to entitled energy that is so unnerving, because the understanding and the quality and condition of someone who's in an entitled state, like somebody in an entitled state looking for something to do with their time, as you are sitting there energetically struggling, it's okay if you have nothing to say to that person, right? Like it is totally okay if you have nothing to say to a person like that. And the way I like to describe it is, it's the definition, right? Like, and I want to describe like the definition of somebody who like watches one struggle, like literally who is watching you struggling and trying to have the audacity of saying that you're not fun anymore, right? Like it's almost you saying to them, like, you know what, you want to, like, you having to say to someone, you want to see me in a, like, in a more jovial mood, help me with this, like help me lift this, right? Like help me lift, you know, like I can't when I read energy like this. Like when I read energy like this, I want to like go find somebody and say like, well, the parent of this child, right? Like I want to call someone's parent, right? Like you want to call someone's parent and say, who raised you? Who raised you? That when you see someone struggling, you just stand there and complain about the fact that you're not doing anything fun, right? Like that's wild. Like what? That's wild. And it's like it's jaw dropping. It's like when you experience something like that, it's just jaw dropping. I think that there's some kind of quality and condition that needs to be paid attention to in relationality. Like you don't need, and here's the thing about it, you don't need, it's not your responsibility to have to, unless someone is a little tiny child, it's not your responsibility to help another person like understand the sheer audacity. Like I keep on getting the sheer audacity, the sheer, like I can't even, whatever I'm reading here, it's like the sheer audacity in terms of not being, and you'll, and with energy like this, right? It's like energy like this is always, and here's what I want to point out, okay? And I think that this is why I'm seeing that it doesn't even broach a conversation, okay? Because you'll often see when energy knows that they have no business talking to you or reaching out to you, the space by which another person will continue to do so, knowing, like almost guaranteeing in the space by which they're hoping that you will just blast off on them, that you will effectively reach a point by which you have to articulate so strongly how absolutely unacceptable it is, and now they're relieved. Right now they're getting, that's the sound of them going, them getting that and saying, getting a sigh of relief, because then they go, oh my gosh, at least they still care. Oh, nice to know. Like, you know what I mean? Like the observation that when someone is doing something completely, like when someone's doing something that you know is not okay, that it's not even worth having a conversation with them about the inappropriateness, because they're hoping, like that's what they're hoping for, right? They're understanding and identifying the fact that they have no place to speak to you, and they're just hoping that if they continue to be energetically inappropriate, then you effectively meeting them, right? Then you communicating with them allows them, like, you know, I keep wondering, you know, where that conversation's going. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Let me make it up to you, right? Like that's what they're looking for, right? They're looking for the opportunity to make it up to you without energetically respecting your boundaries. You don't need to have a conversation with a person like that, right? If you have politely communicated your comfortability with something, and they have not, if they and they refuse to take the message, let their obtuseness be the closure. Allow their obtuseness to be the closure. Because and I want to point this out, when energy is moving in that way, like it says to me, it's like I keep on getting, it's like it's somebody who's just like 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 I can't. I'm sorry. I'm like I'm really frustrated reading into this situation because you know, and I'm just gonna keep on, like, especially with all of these swords here, which is like, and I want to describe um like, stop making this uncomfortable, right? Like the valuation point of another person being energetically responsible is the state or nature by which, when I keep on seeing, like it's like I keep on hearing one of your guides say, if anything changes, I'll let you know, is a full sentence, right? If anything changes, I'll let you know, is a full sentence, right? It's not okay to try to find half-baked reasons, right? When, and especially if you've said to somebody, if anything changes, I'll let you know. Paying attention for someone who tries to find any half-baked reason to try to communicate with you after that, like it's okay for you to be upset about it, because that is somebody, like that is identifying someone you've identified. And I got to point this out, like energy that has absolutely no boundaries, energy that has absolutely no boundaries, which is having to work through the receptivity point. And here's the thing about it, often that energy is like, I'm just trying to be nice. It's not about niceness. The sound of somebody having zero boundaries is someone getting upset that another person will not let them be nice to them, because niceness is not the it's only nice if another person is receptive to it. If not, it's an unwanted advance. It's only nice if another person is receptive to it. If not, it's an unwanted advance. So that's why I see you don't need to communicate upon somebody doing that. You don't need to entertain it. You don't need to explain it. You explain it once and then you're done. Because unfortunately, right? energy like this, energy like this will sit there after you've clearly indicated what you're comfortable with, and will try to be nice, right? But what's actually an unwanted advance. And then in the modality by which you respond in any way, shape, form, or fashion, it'll affirm the fact that it was right to communicate, because now they have communication again. So that's why you do not need that. You do not, you like, I'll let you know if anything changes is a full statement. And if another person is being obtuse on that, then that is your affirmation that you don't need to respond to that person. You don't need to communicate, because that's a dangerous person, because they're not taking what you've articulated as your comfortability point into consideration. All they've shown you is the fact that they will just try to steamroll anything you identify as it relates to what you aspire for with them. And like that's like, it's not a small thing, it's the biggest thing. And I can't with energy like this, because often energy like this is the height of creepy, right? Energy like this, it's always going around going, but I'm so nice, being like, no, you're not nice. You are the height of creepiness, because your niceness is not an access code, right? Your niceness does not warrant others having to be receptive to it. So your own ability of effectively just, I know how frustrating it is, because often somebody in this modality will try to make one feel like one is being impolite, but you have to understand the impoliteness is the point. The impolite, you have to be impolite to creepy energy, because that's why it's creepy energy, right? Because it's somebody who does not take an energetic hint and then continues to lay it on thick, and then continues to try to build into the fact that you're being mean to them, when what's really happening is they are being disrespectful of the boundaries that you've clearly articulated to them. So you can be like, your guides say, like, you can be, let them think you impolite. Let them think you impolite, because with energy like that, there is nothing, right? Like the only thing, like all their, they you can't let rude energy, right? Let rude energy think you're impolite, because they are the rude energy, not you. Particularly and especially if if you've stated your comfortability to them very clearly. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, I can't with this energy. Ugh. It's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common. We are doing personal readings right now. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, being Semi-Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. Yeah, you're so welcome, Colleen. I'm sad that you're connecting to it, but I'm glad that, I'm glad the reading was in connection, but I'm sad that you connected on it, because I gotta tell you, you're not the impolite one there, right? And it's not a small thing; it's important. And I just keep on hearing, I just keep on getting the same message coming through from one of your guides. I'll let you know if anything changes. Is a full sentence. If another person proceeds beyond that, that is them. Like, that is them violating your boundaries, not you being rude. And thank you. Hi there, Nicole. Good to see you. Nikki. Absolutely. This is so real. Thank you. Thank you as well, Ella. Thank you for also connecting. Deanna, these are donation-based reads. So if you'd like to get on the list, all you need to do is send the donation. I'll be happy to read for you. However, I will tell you that sometimes being here, messages come through on other readings as well. And sending you support on that journey, dear. I got it. Thank you, Colleen. And Deanna, thank you for the follow. Yes, yesterday was rough. Okay. Yeah. Like I just, and it's interesting too, because I feel like I just keep like, and I'm getting to, like, you can't, and like, someone can't tell you their feelings after the fact, right? Like, not like, you should have known is you should have told me, is what I'm getting. Anyone who frustrates me. Thank you, Nikki. I appreciate that. Moreno, thank you for the follow. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, please feel free to correct me. Yeah, it's not, it's the height of creepiness. Yeah. Hold on. Thank you. I really needed this to clarify how I felt on the subject. You're so welcome, dear. I'm not, this person continues to be this way for me. But that's the thing about it. Like, like, you can't, if you feel like you're repeating yourself, like that, like I said, like, don't, like, that's somebody shoving at your boundaries. Hmm. Absolutely. Sending you so much support on that journey. All right. The next person we're reading for today is It's My. It looks like we're doing an Akashic, I believe. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, I've got 4 spots available before the list will be closed. We read for here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, decoding messages, mind, body, spirit, love, relationship. You can find the full list up at the top of the screen or over in the chat if you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos. If you have information that you feel is necessary or relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channel. Before we continue with It's My reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. When I get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the bear. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up It's My here. Guys, make sure to give It's My some love. Yeah, that makes sense. Lordy, 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 Lord. You know, it's interesting because, like, I was getting the feeling that you've got a new guide coming through. And it's interesting because, like, and that's why I started laughing when this card popped up, because this to me is confirmation of a new guide. But the thing I keep on getting is, like, this is a guide that holds individuals to promises. Like, this is this is like, I just, and I need to show you something very important in relationality to the way that these cards are laid out, okay? Because like, this is the bear energy here, okay? But I want you to see, like, I don't know if you can see the perturbed look, right? The perturb I this is one of my favorite Page of Cups in the Nouveau Tarot, because it's one of the few Page of Cups that looks genuinely perturbed about the situation of being in the page, in the Page of Cups. Is what I keep like, I can't describe to you the energy that I see a guide looking at something with, because like I just keep on getting, it's a remember your promise guide. And the thing about it is, it's not you, is what I keep on getting. This isn't related to you, but I mean, it is related to you, because the thing about it is, um you know, often, and I don't know if there's some kind of wound that you carry in relationality. Like, I feel like I see a lot of work in your promise as it relates to you being someone who always keeps your promises, is what I keep on getting, right? Like, it's kind of your thing. Is what I keep on saying. It's kind of, you've got a guide articulating, it's kind of your thing, which is understanding the thing with a promise. Promise has nothing to do with inclination, right? Promise commitments have nothing to do with inclination. It has to do with what we energetically apply our energy to, right? And so I see you, like, the thing with you is, I feel like you've had to go through situations by which your commitment to things is energetically infallible, to such an extent, like, your commitment to things is so infallible that I would not be surprised about the fact that the breaking of relationships for you has had to be energy that's tried to articulate, like, who's tried to articulate that you failed them through a technicality. Okay, and I need to bring this up to you because this is what the guy like this is what the guide is just like dropping truth bombs, which is if you've had relationships break because another person tries to articulate a technicality, that is someone that probably created the technicality in the first place. Right? Like behold somebody trying to find fault in the space by which you are doing something perfectly by trying to get in their feelings on a technicality that they made up, right? Behold somebody trying to move away from a relationship by trying to blame you for a technicality that they literally invented. Like they literally invented it. And so I want you to understand, you did not fail them, they failed themselves. Right? You did not fail them, they failed themselves. And I think that that's really interesting because I feel like like I feel like I see a situation by which another person is working is working through something. And the thing about it is we can't help each other in that way. We can't help each other make the right choices. We can't help each other. Like we can't help each other have integrity, right? But the thing about it is integrity makes or breaks relationships. And so I feel like there's something important about that because, especially in relationality to something I see you doing, like I see you in the process of helping another person recognize their full potential, right? Literally in the process of helping another person recognize their full potential. And in the state by which another individual recognizes or identifies the space or the nature by which another person energetically appreciates or identifies the fact that you are a grounding force in their life, right? The observation of something. I don't know why I keep on seeing this, right? And I keep on hearing like that. It's interesting because a lot of this is coming through this guide, but a grounding force, right? A grounding force is energy that is perpetually committed and consistent as it relates to how they show up for another, right? And I see you doing that even in the space by which you are moving through things. Like your investiture and your commitment to what you put your mind to is absolutely profound. And I keep on getting that I literally have some energy here that potentially recognizes that you are the best thing that they've ever found. And not even the best, like not even like the best person is what I keep on getting. The best person that they've ever found. And the hard part about it is like I see somebody who effectively understands like the quality and condition by which you're already, like I keep on hearing, you're already navigating a lot on their behalf is what I keep on seeing. And I want to describe something on our behalf is the observation of working towards a pause and manifestation goal. Okay? And I feel like this is why the guide's coming through. Because when another person recognizes that that we are waiting, right? When another person recognizes that we are being patient for them, right? When we are being patient for them to effectively be ready to move into a manifestation with us, right? The only sound we should hear is a date, which is the space by which another person says, this is how much longer. Like, this is how much longer one has to wait to change it. This is how much longer one can reasonably expect. Because the difference, right? The difference between having energetically, like I keep on hearing, it's not the right time. It's always the right time. When you recognize that it's never the right time, then it's always the right time, is what I keep on hearing. Because bottom of the deck, there is never a right time to make a change. It's always uncomfortable. It's always like ripping a Band-Aid, right? There's never the right time to make a change unless, right? Unless there's some kind of windfall. The only quality, and this is what I keep on hearing from this guide, the only quality by which it makes sense to say it's not the right time is if there is a very specific windfall that one is waiting for, which is the modality by which one says, at this moment, right? One can plot on the course of something and saying, at this moment, when this occurs, everything is going to change. Then that's the only, right? The only W, right? The only W that we should hear when it comes to a healthy manifestation is a windfall. Because it's the identification. I need to write this down in your book. It's because you have to understand the quality of always understanding that manifestation goals change. And when you always say it's not the right time, it's never the right time, because that's being in a state of perpetual anticipation. So when you understand that quality and condition, right, the only W, right, the only W that you should hear in a healthy manifestation is a windfall, which is a windfall moment is somebody saying, well, no, on at this date, on this time, this is going to happen, and in that moment everything is going to change. That is the only but that is definable, right? That is a moment by which one is able to articulate and express. So make sure, like I keep on getting, the reason the guide is coming through as new is because they're saying we hold our promises true. We hold our promises true by putting dates on our promises. And and the only time, right? The only time it's okay, right? The only time it's okay to have a waiting period is if there is a windfall, which is some kind of observational of a change by which everything, like at that moment, everything transforms. So being able to be conscientious and recognizing that, to help you kind of articulate and make and identify the determinations in terms of how to move forward from it, is what I keep on seeing. Well, even and again, I'm just reading over your own comments. Divine timing, right? Like that's what divine timing is. A windfall moment is often the space by which you say you don't know when it's going to happen, but it's inevitable, right? And I want to point out, if it's divine, here's the thing about it. If it's divine, it's inevitable. Okay? If it's divine, it's inevitable, right? It's not if, it's when, right? And that's the thing you have to know too. It's not if, it's when. So thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks and my Lio, please keep in mind, There are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we're reading for, I'm just going to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Oh, thank you for becoming a super fan, Colleen. I appreciate you. Thank you. You now have access to, if you message me, please message me after this, during this live with a disco GIF. And I will be happy to, I will be happy to, give you access to our superfan only disco channel, as well as, um, as well as you'll also find there in the perk section a special coupon code that will give you a discount to our tarot class subscription program. And if you are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership there entitle you to the same benefits that I've articulated for those who are super fans over on the Clock app. Ashley, I'm happy to read for you on that if you'd like to get on the list. List is open. Yeah, the bear. Yeah, but I know it's mine that has significance to you as a sign. Absolutely, 100%, 1,000,000% interesting. It feels like it feels both. It feels related to all relationships at this time. I can see the fact it's been a busy week. Yeah, well, I need to point this out. Like the that I feel like they were bringing that up to help you recognize the fact that it's like it's not your responsibility if someone is now realizing what a gift you were, right? Like I feel like that was why the guide was coming back, being like, you're probably going to have experiences with a lot of energy that tries to articulate the fact that they like you were a gift after the fact. But that I keep wondering, that's not for you to not like like that's their healing journey, right? Like I keep on hearing you say like it's a small consolation for another person to effectively say like, oh, I recognize now like what like, you know what I mean? Like somebody being like, I didn't realize like how like you being like whatever, like, like that's what I mean about it. Like having to like navigate somebody, like it feels a little bit like you having to navigate someone, like recognizing or identifying like when we care about each other, we appreciate each other in the present moment that we have one another. We don't get sentimental about the fact that we didn't do so. Is what I was getting. Yeah. I mean, in relationality to that, I feel like that's the conversation that you need. Like, I keep wondering, let the dates guide you in terms of when you can expect positive change towards your manifestation goals. I appreciate you, Colleen, as well. Yeah, nicest. Absolutely. Yeah. So all you need to do, Colleen, is just just PM me directly from here with a disco GIF, and I'll send you an invite to the disco channel. Absolutely. You're so welcome. And you're so welcome. It's my thank you for being here, receiving those messages. That makes sense too. I've been around a lot of people and only felt obligated to go. Yeah, but like it feels like it's like, your integrity. I want you to understand this. Your integrity will bring out the best or worst in people. And I feel like what I was seeing in the Akashic is like the fact, right? The fact that you create a safe space, the only thing that should come out when you are a safe space is potential, right? It should only create good things, not another person like articulating like the comfortability that you bring in. Like you've got a really strong I often see this with those who carry really strong like fourth house placements, because the space by which you create the feeling of home for another, that's either going to bring the best out of someone or it's going to bring out the worst. But that's not your responsibility in terms of what it brings out. It's just your responsibility to observe. right? Like you having to say to someone like, yeah, I have that effect on people, you know? Thank you so much, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Erica. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the third person read for. We've got 4 spots left today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. We read for here. Highest priority messages from spirit, past life, dream interpretation, mediumship, animal spirit readings, Akashic, past life, aura, angelic, love, relationship, guide messages, life path, symbol decoding, and mind, body, spirit. Absolutely. Oh, actually, apologies. Okay, okay, apologies. Okay, skip you. Okay, perfect. I got you, Erica. So, Kath, you're actually next on the list. And the list we have right now. We've got Kath, Erica, and Nicole. Kath, Erica, and Nicole, and 4 more spots before the list is closed. How you doing today, Blush? Venus is currently in Cancer right now with Jupiter. Thank you for the compliment, Sean. Disco in general. Thank you, Kath. I got it here. Is this inside tea or outside tea, Kath? And before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the dog. We'll do it again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Kath here. Guys, make sure to give Kath some love. Oh, it's disco tea. Excellent. So if you are in the disco, you can have the privilege of reading over Kath's message. But this is private, so it's only for those who are in the disco community. All right. And for anybody who is a paid member over on the place where we keep the videos, you also are entitled to access to the disco if you become a paid member. Okay. Got you. Mm-hmm. You know, I feel like every time I read for you, this like King of Cups in its reversal are coming up. And I think that there's something really important there that we need to talk about, because it feels to me like there's something there that you have to get, you have to, you have to be really firm in terms of holding your boundaries. And the thing about it that I'm identifying is, um we got to walk through this, because how do I describe this best? I'm gonna walk you through what I'm seeing, and I'm gonna see how it lands. Um, there's something important to recognize the difference between an even split with someone who realizes you can't have an even split with someone who is like way beyond, way beyond where you are, right? Because and I often see, like, this is how scars form, right? Because and I want to describe the difference between another person saying, I'm not sure what I'm reading here, but the difference between someone saying, like, okay, listen, we'll split something, right? Like, oh, it's okay, we'll split something. And another person saying, okay, but let's observe. Like, you having to have a conversation with someone where you say, for you to split something is nothing, right? Like, it's the quality and condition by which when you split it, there's nothing to it. Like, you don't even bat an eyelash. But the difference between you having to split something where one person doesn't have to bat an eyelash, but you have to carve a part of yourself out in order to build into that state of balance, that's not a balanced situation, is what I keep on seeing, right? That's not balanced. It's like, and here's the thing about it. If another person, tries to convince you that that's balanced, then they're trying to get one over on you, is what I keep on seeing, right? And the thing I keep on observing about that is the quality and condition of being able to recognize the state or nature of what you're looking for. I feel like, you have to, if you're going to do it, you have to put some time aside. You have to put some time aside. You can accomplish what you're trying to accomplish here, but you can't accomplish it. You can't accomplish it around this type of energy, because everything I keep on seeing around it is, like, everything I keep on seeing around a situation or circumstance is, it's like, it's giving me like someone who's like a bull in a china shop, right? Which is like not necessarily, it's not necessarily the space by which they mean to get in your way about it, but they don't, like, it's like I keep on seeing somebody who, like, doesn't realize, right? Like, doesn't realize the impact of what, of like what they're energetically asking you to do, or how they're asking you to go about it. So I want you to think about, I want you to think about, honestly, like, I want you to think about taking a working vacation. You know, the words I'm seeing in this reading are working vacation, which says you can take some time away, um, that you articulate that you need for relaxation. But really, Like I see you saying like a working vacation is being able to go somewhere to dedicate the time you need to really get something done, is what I'm getting. You know, like you being able to say like, okay, I am moving away from this right now so that I can focus, because the thing I just keep on seeing with some of the energy that's around you is um I feel like I don't even feel like it's intentional, you know? Like it just it feels like somebody, it feels like some type of energy that they like somebody who just does not, someone who does not recognize the disparity between you and them. So it just keeps on feeling like somebody who keeps on asking you to do something. And for them, like I just keep on seeing for them, they're like, oh, it's not a big deal, just I feel like I almost hear somebody saying like, oh, just throw some money at it. Or just like, and you being like, it's not that simple, right? Because like I see you literally having to say to them that like that like something about their opinion is already profoundly entitled, right? Like I keep on seeing somebody, like I literally see somebody that's trying to articulate to you and being like, yeah, just take time. And you saying like, it's not the time that you need. It's the ability to be able to do something while not concentrating on trying to energetically survive in the process. Let me give you some bottom of the deck information on this. Yeah, it's like yeah, again, this like this 9 of wands, right? It's a false conversation because it feels to me like someone who doesn't hear what you're saying to them is what I keep on getting. Like it feels to me like you're almost like, I'm not sure what I'm seeing here, but like you being able to articulate um to another, like and you cannot overcome an imbalance like this, right? Because imbalances like this is where scars form, right? Because it's the modality by which another person, like I literally see you, I feel like you have to have a conversation with someone in terms of understanding the difference between what you are currently doing that's requiring like all of yourself to do it, versus another person who's potentially, like I keep on hearing like the sound of another person taking advantage of you is like a million, like it says to me like a million little things that always need to be done that prevent you from doing the thing that's absolutely necessary. So I feel like there's almost like I keep on hearing, if you've tried to have a conversation with someone like that and they're not hearing you, it's like the damage is already done. Like you've seen everything you need to see with a person like that. And then I want to point out, I'm already going to tell you what the conversation is going to be like when you effectively leave a situation. They're going to be like, I didn't know. And you're going to be like, I told you over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. You just chose not to listen. Like that's the hardest thing with conversation, like with an energy like this. Like it's literally, it's somebody who's only hearing what they want to hear when you're articulating to them like what you actually need. So don't be surprised, like don't be surprised. And I want to tell you, don't be surprised that when you effectively move away from a situation, someone being like, oh, but I can change everything, and being like, the fact that you're saying that now, right? The fact that it had to reach, like it should not take you having to leave for another person to take what you've been saying to them seriously. It shouldn't take you having to say, I'm going now, for them to take it seriously. It's something that they should have addressed. I keep on hearing, it's something that they should have addressed the 10, 15 times that you gently ask them, rather than the time by which you say, I can't do this anymore, is what I keep on seeing. So just make sure make sure that you're being consistent in terms of reminding another person how many times you've had that conversation with them, right? Because, and I want to point out, this is often the sound by which situations end. It's the space by which you say, like, I have to have the same conversation with you in a different form. It's the same conversation, right? It's the space by which, like, it's the mounting aggravation in another person who's refusing to hear what you're trying to say, because they're gonna say to you, I didn't realize it was so serious, and being like, well, it shouldn't require, right? It shouldn't require you screaming for another person to take something seriously, is what I keep on getting. So I feel like, make sure make sure that you're already doing the work necessary, as it relates to being able to, like, I keep on saying, like, it's interesting too, because I either see you saying, like putting the time aside to actually do that, or like I said, like carving out the, like, don't ask that person to carve out the time, right? Because, and I want to point out, like, with an energy like this, it's might be like, oh, let me help, and being like, I can't have you help, right? Because it's like them trying to help is them getting in the way of it, is what I keep on getting, you know? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. Um, the list is now open. If you'd like to get on the list, we've got 4 spots available. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. You're so welcome, Kath. Just bear with me. Yeah, because, like, and I got to point this out, like, it's giving me the type of energy, right? Like, if there's somebody, like, it's giving me the type of energy where it's like, if you try to talk to somebody about something practical and then they get too sad, like, if they get in like a depressed funk every time you try to talk to them about something that's important, like, it's something, them being like, why didn't you tell me? Being like, because there's no talking to you, right? Like, this is why we don't allow ourselves, like, I keep on hearing, not letting someone take a practical issue and try to transform it into an emotional one, you know? The card I pulled for you, it was the bear. Yeah, you recall last time. Yeah, you also saw that King of Cups in its reverse. Justin, thank you for the follow. An uncertain period right now. Just, I need to point this out. Like, if you've had this conversation with someone several times and it's not getting through, like, it was almost giving me like, okay, like, by yourself then. You know what I mean? Like, just having to do something on your own, specifically or particularly because, like, I keep on hearing, don't let them let you down again. Yeah. How you doing today, Mia? Yeah, I need some time to focus on stuff to be able to achieve that one step. So that's what I said about, again, like, take some time away, right? Because it literally feels like somebody who knows that you need the time. You need, like, there's somebody, it's very important, especially when someone understands the value of having, I keep on hearing the difference between focus time, right? Focus time is the time that we carve out that allows us to focus. And it's like, if they're not giving you focus time, then they're not helping you. Yeah. Okay. I'm uncertain about that project. Well, just, I keep on hearing, make sure that you're carving out the extra time for it. Yeah, working vacation. Mm-hmm. Okay. Nicole. Okay, well, you're next, dear, so we can do your reading now. Excellent. Actually, wait. So Erica's next, but Erica, would you be Nicole's on a tight time frame. So Erica, would you be comfortable? You can go. Yeah, Stella, the list is open if you'd like to get on it. Um, Erica, would you be comfortable if Nicole went before you so we can get her reading in? Oh, okay. And thank you for getting on the list, Stella. We've got 3 more spots available today before the list will be closed. Wait, Nicole, I want okay, so so you're saying, hold on a minute. Yeah, why don't if Erica, I just want to confirm if you're okay with that. Because we can probably get yours in now, dear, if you don't have to get back till 2:30. I don't see Erica responding, so I think Erica may have had to step away anyway. Okay. Well, Erica's not responding, so you're actually next. Yes, the list we have right now is Nicole, Erica, and Stella. Okay, perfect. All right, before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the horse. We'll do it again after the next reading. All right. And Nicole, could you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And just a reminder to anyone who's joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, you can also get on the list via my tree that is Binksing It in my bio. And if you become a paid member, you have the same benefits that I've articulated for those who are super fans. Really? First time, Kath? Well, that would make sense if the energy is very fast. And I'm going to pin up Nicole here. Guys, make sure to give Nicole some love. Four cards, please. Every time I read for you right now, I feel like you're going through an awakening process. Like every time I draw these cards. And I want to like you know, there's a couple of different things I'm seeing in relationality to working into. First of all, I want you to make sure that you're writing down a lot of your dreams right now. Because there's something about I feel like there's something about the dream space where someone's trying to explain something to you. Either the dream space or the meditation space, which I just keep on hearing someone say, before you get upset, give me a minute to explain, is what I keep on getting. I just keep on getting the same vibration, which is somebody going like before, like I hear them going like, before you get yourself all worked up, allow me a minute to explain myself. It's giving me that type of energy. And because, you know, it feels to me like, I feel like you're on the verge of a very big change. And the change that I see, like, and I want you to understand, like, I feel like it's hard because I literally see a moment right now that feels really, really awful. Right? Like I see a situation, like, um, there's definitely a word for this. I'm trying to find the word for it. Um, it feels like a bottom moment is the best way I can describe it, right? Because and the thing I keep on seeing is like, and I want you to understand, there's something very important that we identify when we're working through an awakening process, by which we feel like we're at the bottom, and then it's like, oh, of course, right? It's like something else happens, and you're just like, okay, all right, yeah, okay. It's like it can sometimes, it's like, and I want to point out, it's almost that moment where you're like, you almost have those moments where you're like, I feel remarkably stable. You know what I mean? Like it's like, this is what the ground feels like, is what I keep on getting. And the thing about it, and I want you to understand that this is you understanding and recognizing, right? There's something beautifully profound in in stepping on the ground on a bottom that we have not created. Okay? I need to write that down for you. There is something very profound in stepping on the ground at a bottom we did not create. Right? Because what happens in that moment is we often find our strength. Right? This is you meeting the strongest version of yourself, is what I'm getting. This is you meeting the strongest version of yourself for the first time. Because and that's what I keep on getting in relationality to this awakening process, because I literally see somebody. I literally see somebody that feels like that. I feel like it feels like somebody trying to create a Jenga moment for you, like trying to pull out, every supportive system that they thought you were leaning upon. And what do they keep on finding there? They just keep on finding you there, standing there, stronger than you were before. Right? Like, there you are, right? There's somebody, like, here's somebody, right? Like, here's somebody who's literally like trying to create the illusion of instability around you, right? Like, literally, I keep on hearing, like, trying to pull upon the strings. I keep on hearing, trying to pull upon the strings of your existence. And where do they see you? They just see you standing through it, right? They just see you kind of standing there, energetically patient. And so I feel like there's something very deeply attenuated to these two cards in correlation, because I want you to understand, like, these two cards in correlation are very sacred, because it's sacred heart energy, right? Which is often, and this is what's incredible, and I feel like this is what the guides are articulating, that the profound moment that we have when we recognize someone who's trying to pull on the strings of our existence, but then we find the capacity to navigate it, is the ability to see another person with clarity. Right? Like, the gift we have in that moment is being able to see what truly lies within a person. Right? It's the observation of what another person does to someone at the point that they're most vulnerable. How do you think the divine feels about seeing that? Right? Why do you think the divine says thank you in those moments? Because the ability to see, right? The modality to be able to see the quality and condition by which another person sees someone at their most vulnerable and then feels the determination point of wanting to hurt them further, is the identification or the quality of being able to recognize the poor condition of their heart shape that has absolutely nothing to do with yours. And it's painful, right? It's painful to observe those moments. It's painful to have to see them, but better to see what could have been, right? Better to see what would have been the inevitable, better to see the inevitability, right? It's always better. It's better to see the bitter inevitable, right? Even though it's hard to witness. It's better to see the bitter inevitable. It's better to see the bitter inevitable because even in that moment by which you're able to see it more clearly, you're blessed. And the reason you're energetically blessed is because you recognize that is what you're being protected from. Right? That is what you're being protected from. So I want you to be patient with yourself there because I know it doesn't feel like protection. Okay? I know it doesn't feel like protection right now. But it will be. Right? And that's why I keep on having a guide that says like just bear with, like I hear the guide, like the guide's almost saying like just bear with me, right? Because it's the energy, like I just keep on it's the energy that's basically saying, you know, that they see it too, right? Like you're not alone in that perception. Remember, your guides are seeing everything that you're seeing too. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. If you'd like to get on the list today, I've got 3 spots available before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as it was reading. How you doing today, Trent? Slow down, ground to earth, especially today. Yeah, Gemini split energies. I mean, I feel like I mean, here's the thing about it. Like, I know the inclination right now is to feel like you want to speed up because we've got a Scorpio moon and we're moving into a Sagittarius full moon. But I agree. Like, it's like not rushing processes, but moving quickly when necessary. This was a personal reading time, but it's not unnatural for those who are here to also connect to the readings. The guides sometimes like to work on overlapping messages. And thank you so much for that gift, Truth Tarot readings. All right, we're going to continue right now. Next person on the list for today. Erica, are you back, dear? Hold on, just reading over. Still looking for Erica. Thank you for confirmation, Kath. And I think for you, Kath, seeing the horse would say like taking a different perspective on something. You can't remember most of them. Okay. Oh, chipmunks join you on the ground. I love the fact that every time I read you, there's like a heavy animal component in the reading. It's very interesting. It has something to do with your past life. Yeah, tower moment. Exactly. But it's not your tower. Like, that's the funny thing about it. Like, there's nothing more. I wish I could tell you. There's nothing worse than when somebody tries to create a tower moment in another person's life. It's like it's the like, just don't do it. You know? Yeah, I do feel mentally stable for sure, but nothing else is. Sending you support on that journey. That's the most important thing, right? That's the most important stability you can have. Yeah. Keep on being secure in that knowing, because it was giving me a lot of this will pass, and it's going to pass very quickly, right? It's going to feel like the longest thing ever, and then it's going to be gone in a moment. Yeah, it's the knowing for sure, and no evidence for that. But like I keep hearing, the knowing is the truth on it. Yeah, I'm fully understanding the beauty of patience. Oh my gosh, dear. Ugh, I'm sending you so much support on that journey. Absolutely. Have a blessed day, Colleen. Yeah, that's so reassuring. I know. Sending you so much support, dear. Remember what I articulated to you? I mm-hmm. Hold on, I'm just going back on what we had in past readings. Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm sending you so much support on that, dear. All right, let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for today, second call for Erica. If Erica's not back, the next person we're reading for is Stella. Stella, if you could let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. I got you, dear. And just a reminder to anyone who's joining us on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership there includes the same benefits I've listed for subscribers. You can also get on the list today via my tree that is links in it in my bio. We read for here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, aura, and symbol decoding. And if you have information that you feel is necessary or relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only Disco channel in the appropriate channel. Okay. And bear with me. Just pulling up your question now, dear. Okay, there's some sensitive information here that I need a moment to read before we begin this reading. Before we do so, while we do so, I'll give you guys a hearth warmer to discuss as I read. Very apropos for the Sagittarian full moon. What are you doing right now to bring a sense of adventure into your experience? Okay. All right, energetic read, 2 different. And 2 more, please. So everything I'm seeing around a circumstance or situation, um, I see somebody that I feel like I see somebody who is in, I see an energy here that's perpetually working to de-escalate, and I see another energy that's perpetually working to escalate. And the thing I keep on observing about this is the the de-escalation point that I see that is potentially occurring right now. I literally see a situation by which another person articulated that if they did not take an extreme measure on something, that they themselves were going to leave. These cards, these cards feel very much like an ultimatum. These cards feel very much like an ultimatum was stated. But the ultimatum that I see, and I feel like this is actually right. There's something very important that I potentially see here in terms of an opportunity that's energetically presenting itself to be able to articulate and amplify upon the state or nature by which another person is going to effectively, like, I see like there's something about this where the word I keep on hearing is admission, right? And so it's like it's interesting because um I literally, like, I have to point out, I see the end, like, I almost see a relationship. I mean, I'm just reading on what I'm seeing a relationship that's potentially going to be ending as a result of this action. I'm seeing a relationship that is potentially going to be ending as a result of this action, because I basically, what I'm observing here is a situation, like I just keep on hearing the word ultimatum, and I see somebody who potentially is articulating to another the inherent danger, right? The inherent danger that they're putting them in is what I keep on getting. It's literally like I feel like I hear somebody having an argument with someone about the danger that they're putting them in, but it's falling upon deaf ears, right? Like somebody is effectively, like someone is demanding that someone do something, and another person is almost pleading with them and saying, if you don't have any idea what this might do, and another person saying, I don't care, do it, right? And so I literally see the fact, like I literally see the fact that in one, like I keep on hearing, in some way, shape, or form, a relationship has reached its conclusion point, specifically and particularly because I see the fact that, like, it's like I see one energy that is articulating to another and trying to say, I'm doing this for you, and it's putting me I'm doing this for you, and it's putting me in a state of incredible danger, is what I keep on hearing someone articulate. And another person saying, I don't care, right? They're saying, I don't care about the danger if you don't do this. Like, if you don't do this, we are in danger. So it's saying, it's like I keep on getting, it's like a catch 22 of danger, because another person literally feels trapped, right? Like, it's them being able to articulate upon the fact that, like, they feel, it almost feels like somebody who's trying to articulate to them the full extent of what they're like, of what this might create. And but I just keep, I feel like I hear somebody, right? I feel like I see somebody who's at their energetic limit, and is trying to insist, right? Like it's them trying to insist, like there's a huge argument, like these energy, like there's a huge argument here, is what I keep on seeing. Because, and I just keep on hearing, like, the argument I keep on hearing between two individuals is one person saying this will put an end to it, and another person saying, no, it won't. You're gonna like, this is gonna start everything. Like, I keep on seeing somebody who's like trying to who feels very proud of themselves, because they keep on trying to say, no, this will put an end to it once and for all. And someone being like, it could go, like, I keep on hearing them say it could be the start. It could be this, like, I keep on hearing somebody say it could be the start of everything, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, it's it says to me, like, again, like, I feel like I feel like there's something here. Like, I keep on seeing somebody who's trying. Like, I would not be surprised if you get something. I would not be surprised if you get something that articulates upon a change, because it feels like a shake. It feels like somebody, it feels like someone trying to shake you, because I just keep on seeing the minute that they move into a place, they recognize that something's all over for them, is what I keep on getting. So be very conscientious. Like, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, it feel like there's a private message coming through on this, in terms of somebody trying to make some kind of offering to you. Remember, if they're offering something, it's because they're scared, is what I keep on hearing. If they offer you something to avoid something, it's because they're scared of going in there. If they're offering something to you, it's because they're scared of going in there. That you're not in the space, but it's not a scary place for you, it's a scary place for them, is what I keep on seeing. Um, thank you so much for, and this is what I mean, like, this is, like, this feels like the straw that broke the, like, this feels like the final straw kind of energy. Thank you so much for having this reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common. Who's next to read? Oh, and these, yes. Ivana, your card's already out. Okay, it's fine. The next, thank you so much for having this reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list, I've got 2 more spots available before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Excellent. And thank you for the follow me. I feel like I see somebody, like, I feel like I see somebody who feels fully confident that they know what's necessary to put a stop to it on something, or trying to come into a space of something ending, and somebody else trying to articulate and saying, this is not the end, this is the beginning of something. No, I don't feel like that. I feel like I was reading on somebody. This was not their decision to make. It feels to me like somebody was put in an ultimatum situation. Yep, I've got you. Wednesday, Ivana. Yep. Ivana, wait, no, Ivana, last Wednesday, I don't have you, wait. I've got you listed for the, the additional card from Wednesday. I have Avatar winning the high gift on Wednesday. I have you having an additional card on Wednesday. Are you sure you have the right day? Oh, you mean Tuesday? Yeah, it was Tuesday. Okay, it's fine. Yep, I got you. All right. I was like, wait, what? Okay, perfect. I got you, dear. Excellent. And just a reminder, friends, when we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. We're already at 20K. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Okay. Thank you for the compliment, Francisco. Hi there, Alejandro. Blessings to you as well. Excellent. All right. Before we continue right now, I've got the animal oracle cards here. Let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I'm going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the goose. We'll do it again after the next reading. Okay. Excellent. You know, I'm seeing something here. I'm going to pin up Ivana. Make sure to give Ivana some love. There's something very interesting that I'm identifying in your Akashic in relationality to getting, it's going to sound a little bizarre, but it feels like identifying the source of a disturbance is what I'm getting. Oh man. Hold on. It's interesting. I just keep on getting the same message which says like we've identified a disturb. I hear we it's funny because I'm hearing we identified a disturbance in the source is what I keep on hearing. Right. And the reason I'm getting some kind of message in relationality to articulating upon identifying a disturbance in the source is being able to effectively, like, I need to point this out. Um, when you think like when you think about things energetically, um, so like someone who tries to disturb things just because they can is not fully embodying the self. Okay, because you have to understand, um, when you understand and identify that we have a purpose, then you have to think about the space by which you complete a life, and someone's like, how did you do, like how did you do with that sense of purpose, right? And the way that conversation goes with the guides, and being like, what? And being like, how'd you do with the purpose? Being like, what purpose? Being like, well, what did you do the whole time you were there? And someone being like, I disturbed, like, I took advantage of a lot of things. I disturbed a lot of things, right? And being like, okay, so you had, like, I keep wondering, well, you decided to take your one precious life, and instead of working towards purpose, you made your purpose just disturbing others, right? Like, you made, like somebody being like, can you walk me through that? Can you please walk me through that? Like, why would you do that? Right? And the thing about it is, and you have to understand that often energy that does that is has lost all control, right? They've lost all control. Like, from the guide's perspective, that is someone who never gained control of themselves, right? And the observation of the fact that they never gained control of themselves is because it's working into, like, working opportunistically is is not working is not working purposefully, right? The modality or experience of not protecting, like, when another person sees vulnerability and decides, like, instead of trying to hold vulnerability as precious, tries to energetically take advantage of it because it's vulnerable, then it literally moves against, like, it literally moves against the act of creation, right? That is energy that literally works, like, it works towards devastation. It's that's the best way I can describe it, because the ability to understand that vulnerability is the most precious, like, the most precious substance in this world, because it's the space by which all life grows, then that observation and understanding is what effectively empowers it. And I would not be surprised. Like, I feel like I see a lot of situations by which you've had to navigate. Like, I keep on seeing, like, circumstances or situations by which someone does something to you for no other reason, right? For no other reason than the fact that they could. Like, it's interesting because, like, I feel like I have one of your, like, it feels like it's deeply connected to one of your guides, because it's interesting because it says, like, you know they've got eyes on it. They've got eyes on it. And I think that's why you pulled, like, that's why you saw the eagle, right? Because it says to me, um it effectively says to me that that observation of being able to identify and recognize, right? Like, And it's interesting too, because like what happens after that, the message is coming through is they're almost articulating what happens after that is not your responsibility. Let them take care of it is what I keep on getting. And the reason I keep on hearing them say like let them take care of it is because like I keep on like it's interesting because it feels to me that I would not be surprised if there were a lot of circumstances or situations um like the word I keep on getting for it is somebody like trying to say like what have you done, and you being like no I didn't do anything, and being like no what's happening. Like I keep on hearing somebody say like what's happening, and you being like I don't know what you're talking about, or like the space by which another person, right, like I just keep on seeing you help the guides, like you help the guides identify energetic disturbances of that nature, right? And something about like that observation, I feel like that's why I keep on seeing that you that often comes towards you, because you have to understand I feel like the conversation that I keep on getting when I read for you in terms of them understanding, it feels very it feels, when I read for you it feels very galactic, because the reason it feels galactic is because like more civilized, more civilized, more civilized like beings understand, like start with the fact that vulnerability is something that should be worked to be protected, right? Like that's often what we identify and recognize. So it's like it's very interesting because I keep on getting the fact that the energy keeps on articulating upon the fact that you're helping them to be able to energetically isolate energy that is not working in that way, specifically and particularly because um, that is opposite. Like I want you to understand, energy like that is not just the fact that they lose connection to their higher self, but they're actually like they are like they're working against more civilized dimensional energy, as it were, because I just, it's the same message that comes through when I read for you, particularly around this guide, which just always articulates, it says every truly civilized society understands that vulnerability is something that is to be protected, not something to be taken advantage of, and until we recognize that, we are not collectively seen as energetically civilized, right? Like that's it, like that's all there is. Like we are not considered here, like we are not considered here energetically civilized until everyone here, like until everyone here recognizes that vulnerability is something that is supposed to be protected at all cost, not taken advantage of. And I feel like your akashic is effectively in some way, shape, or form or fashion helping, your energetic presence is helping energy be able to determine where those egregious disturbances are. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing, hold on a minute, we are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the next person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, being semi-lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I got you, Nikki. Nope, list is open. We got 2 spots today. What's going on, Nikki? Why was it like as soon as I started reading for you, like my throat channel got all messed up? How you doing, Alejandro? Thank you for also receiving these messages, Lauren. Amar, these are donation-based reads. So if you'd like to get on the list, oh, thank you for getting on the list, Lisa. We've got one more spot on the list for today before the list will be closed. So if you'd like to get on the list, it's 3 cards for $29 for non-paid members. Okay. Absolutely. And Nikki, thank you for getting on the list. The list is now closed, friends. If you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you will have first priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. Okay. You love my expressions. I appreciate that. Yeah, when I feel people doing that, I just feel bad for them. And I wish for you wish for them to find inner peace. Well, here's the thing about it. Like you feel like that, your guides take it much more seriously. As I mentioned, Amara, these are donation-based reads and the list is now closed. But if you'd like to stay around, often the messages that come through are also for others here. We're also going to get started on 1-card readings for paid members. If you'd like to become a paid member, you'll also be entitled to a free card each day. Thank you. Thank you for also receiving this message, FDR. I'm in a workplace that sometimes is energetic. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if energy like that's going to make you feel drained. Yeah, I feel like they're trying to do a lot of work in terms of helping you feel protected or giving you like, I keep on hearing like giving you some kind of like, make sure that you're prioritizing rest because I feel like there's more going on in your dream space than others typically would get. It's saying to me you're getting a lot of resetting in the dream space, which is very unique. Okay. I guide and train people. Sometimes some people see guidance in another way. I understand, Ivana, but here's the thing about it. All you can do is everything you can do. Exactly. Let them be. And at the end of the day, their actions have consequences. And they see then, I was saying, yeah, you were saying to try to help them the whole time. Yep. Mm-hmm. I got you, dear. You've been having throat problems. Thank you for confirming what was happening. Thank you. Yeah, my dreams have been bizarre and disturbing. Well, listen, make sure that you're writing them down. We can definitely, if you're having any issues with them, we can try to work to unpack what we're seeing that's occurring there. Like the thing we want to pay attention to is the disturbing part. Absolutely. Speaking of dreams, well, we got Lisa's coming up next, but we're going to be doing a dream shortly. Lisa, could you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else would like to get on the list right now, the list is closed, but you can get on the list for tomorrow and you'll have first priority. You're so welcome, dear. We're not on 1 cards yet. It's my second call right now for Lisa. Second call right now for Lisa. No problem. Okay, Lisa, if you need another minute, we can move on to Bridget's. We can move on to Nikki's dream. Oh, it's on the disco. Never mind. All right, never mind. Okay, perfect. Got you. Where'd you put it in the disco? Oh, I don't see it yet. What's going on with juniper berries? Why am I hearing that? Okay. I got you. Okay. Lisa, is this inside tea or outside tea? Outside, thank you. Okay. Lisa, I'm going through a huge transitional time. I'm moving in a few weeks. I haven't found a place yet, so it's been stressful and lots of money wounds coming up with this. I am going to be taking on bills I'm not used to, and I'm trying to invest in my business and myself too. The investment intuitively, I know will take me there energetically, financially, and capacity wise. I'm also investing in a retreat that is a huge priority for me. I would like to hear from the guides about how I can make this all happen or if one thing needs to be. If one thing needs to be. Okay. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the cat coming through. Mm. So I'm getting here a lot of heavy 3 energy. So I want you to be very conscientious about that because it does feel to me that there's something about this period that um, it doesn't feel, it feels like a tight period, but it doesn't feel like a permanently tight period. Which is it's saying to me, like, especially with like the 3 of swords and it's upright with the magician, it's going to potentially require, like, in its reversal, like, it does feel to a certain extent that it's going to require a little bit of belt tightening in order to allow something to work effectively in your favor. um I also see, like, I feel like there's something very important to identify. um like, I keep on getting, like, I keep on hearing mouth and ear around something, mouth and ear, which is the observation of another person potentially identifying or articulating upon being able to, like, it's saying to me, like, if there's some kind of quality of something that you do that requires word of mouth, right? If there's something that you do that, especially, and I keep on hearing, if word of mouth puts bread in your mouth, is the message that I keep on getting. Okay. Like, that's what I really keep on hearing. If word of mouth puts bread in your mouth, so if there's something that you're doing that is effectively going to lead, right? If any of that is going to lead to something that you identify is energetically nourishing, something that you know is going to have that ability or quality by which you are going to effectively be able to generate something from it, then it's not an expense, it's effectively an investment, is what I keep on seeing. So I want you to be conscientious about that, but I also want you to be energetically realistic in terms of making sure that when you apply, like when you go to those things, that that is what you're there to do, right? That is effectively what you are working through, or what you're working to energetically perfect. I'm getting here as well the observation of being able to identify or recognize. I don't know why I keep on hearing leaving something of yourself where you're going, the quality of being able to um, like give someone something by which they can effectively find you again is what I keep on seeing. So I don't um it's funny too, because like I want you to, I just want you to write this down. I don't know what this has any relevance to anything. I don't know if this has relevance to the retreat you're going on, or something. Um, but I keep on hearing the term, like the word I keep on hearing is juniper berries, right? And I think it's funny because I'm trying to defrag why I would be receiving that, but again, in the context by which I'm receiving it, the thing about it is you can make gin from juniper berries, is why I'm assuming that the guide is articulating juniper berries, because that would say like um, ginning up interest, right? Like ginning up like the ability to effectively like help others get to know you better, right? Um, so I think that there's something about it that feels like I keep on getting there's work to be done before you go somewhere in order to present yourself like in order to present yourself as polished as possible, right? Because, and I think it's interesting because when I hear juniper berries, I also think you have to distill, right? Which is saying like distilling is the space by which um you're able to get very sharp or clear to another person about what you do, or the ideal opportunity that you're energetically looking for. So I want you to be conscientious about that because it's coming through very strongly. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, judgment card. Um, the thing with the judgment card that I'm seeing is like I can see, like I feel like I see a situation by which you're making, like you're having to navigate a hard choice. Um, there's something to be uh there's something to be identified here in making sure that you're communicating to others. Like I keep on hearing making sure that you're communicating to others that you would like to do something, but like the difference between the desire to do something versus something being financially viable can sometimes open an opportunity or possibility that we ourselves did not energetically realize was there. So make sure, like I keep on seeing, like um make sure that you're identifying to another if there's a hardship, is what I keep on saying. So, and that doesn't like that would almost be like articulating like whatever these opportunities are, like potentially reaching out and asking, right? Like saying like, is there something that you have available if something is harder to do? Because I keep on getting that like there's something about that there that um you know, and it's interesting, especially interesting with this cat energy, because it's saying to me, like, I just keep on hearing, remember, sometimes asking to be a part of something, sometimes asking to be a part of something is a port of entry, right? That's what that's also the juniper berry thing. Yeah. Sometimes I keep on hearing, sometimes being a part of something is a port of entry, right? Which is the space by which you say, like, hey, if I can assist or do something while I'm there, is there something here? Like, is there another, is there a possibility by which something isn't going to be as much as it feels like, right? So make sure that you're offering, like, make sure that you're asking those questions, because I feel like there might be more possibilities and opportunities there in the asking of them. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you will be the first person read for. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Okay. Got it. Excellent. You're so welcome. I hope it made sense. No, it absolutely did, dear. Excellent. Um, it's actually divination, and I need to point out, if you have ever picked up a Bible and opened it for inspiration, you've also practiced it. That would be bibliomancy, believer. So I just want to be conscientious of recognizing that. Absolutely. You're so welcome, and thank you, Spring into Life, for the follow. All right, let's continue right now. The next person we are reading for today is Nikki. Nikki, I believe we're doing a dream interpretation. Before we continue, though, let's warm up. Nandini, we're about to get started on 1-card readings for super fans and for paid members. The list is closed today, so if you'd like to become a paid member, I'm happy to draw a card for you. And we'll be starting that after this reading. All right, I've got the Animal Oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the Raven. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And you know what we do when we have dreams here? We bust out the dream coconut. Ooh, that was a nice one. Excellent. I'm going to pin up Nikki here. Guys, make sure to give Nikki some love. Okay, outside tea. I had a dream that was long and complicated. It varied a lot. I don't remember how everything connected. Part of it involved missing a math test, but the classroom or school where the test was taken was above a lake. There was a dock on the lake, and that part stuck out to me the most. I think I was on the dock with two other people. I can't remember exactly who they were, but one was definitely a man. He felt like some sort of guide. We were either fishing or going boating, something related to the water. As I looked down into the water, I started seeing a lot of dead fish. It was particularly like I was in the water and on the dock at the same time. I looked toward the beach and I saw a dead bird, something like a duck or goose, and it was mangled. I think my partner was there at the time, and I remember saying, "Oh my gosh, that's so sad." The scene kept progressively getting worse. There were more dead fish, more muck, more gross things in the water. Then I looked over the beach and I saw a dead horse head. It was a large white horse head and it looked hollowed out. I remember wondering why it was still so intact and not decaying. There was no blood. It was almost like a pony head on a stick, like the ones kids play with. It also made no sense to me that the horse head had washed up on the shore of the lake. I remember thinking, oh, maybe the horse fell in the lake, like there had been some kind of battle on the other side of it. I think I even picked up the horse that I picked it up. And I remember thinking in the dream, why am I picking this up? And then the guide took it over to a barn or shack near the edge of the lake. And there was another horse head there. This one was different. He said something like, oh, see, here's mine, and placed it next to the other one. I just remember the whole scene feeling really off putting. Thank you so much, dear. 4 cards, please. Mm-hmm. There. As soon as I start reading for you. Nikki, try to get some juniper berry tea and see if that helps too, because I feel like that might have been coming through for you as well. Okay. um, so the dream has to do with navigating through others' disappointments. Okay. Because in the context of the dream, the fact that you are going through it's a shadow work dream. And the shadow work dream is effectively navigating or working through what it feels like to go through other individuals' grievances. And the reason we see this is because you identified the fact that you were in a classroom in a school taking place above a lake. And there was a dock on the lake, and that part stuck out to you the most. Now, you said when you were on the dock, there were 2 other people there, and you can't remember who they were, but one of them was definitely what looked to be a guide who was potentially standing with you. And you said they were either fishing or boating, something related to water. Now, the significance upon that has to do with the importance as to whether they were fishing or boating. Okay? Because this is a dream about navigating through a healthy relationship. Okay. And the reason that you couldn't see the other person there is because the guide was showing you that it's really hard when we first get to meet somebody because we can't tell if their intentions are pure, right? If somebody were to want a relationship with us, they would basically want to go boating because they would want to be on a ship with us. They would want to be in a relationship. But when someone's fishing, right? When someone's fishing, then they're not necessarily as invested in having a relationship with us. But they might give all the indications, right? They might give all the indications by which they try to build into the space by which they claim that they want a relationship with us. but instead they just use that as bait, right? They try to energetically bait with the possibility of a relationship in order to get what it is that they desire from us. And you identified that, you said when you looked down into the water, you started seeing a lot of dead fish. And it was partially like you were in the water on the dock at the same time, and you looked at the beach and you saw a large dead bird, something like a duck or a goose, and it was all mangled. And you said you think your partner was there at that point. You remember saying, "Oh my gosh, that's so sad." And it's the observation of being able to see, and this is often what happens. This is the ugly observation that often happens when we embark on the healing journey, which is the modality by which we look at things and say, sometimes we look at things, right? Sometimes we look at things and we understand the quality and condition by which we were not our best. But more times than not, when we embark upon the healing journey, we start to see all of the experiences by which we were profoundly taken advantage of, right? And this is where we see you and your partner right now, right? You're looking at the ugly truth of the past, situations and circumstances by which you thought potentially that you were moving in accordance into a healthy relationship, which would be the boat, but instead, right, you got taken advantage of. The illusion of a relationship by which it feels like another person used you, or they use the possibility of a relationship as bait in order to get what they effectively aspired or desired from you. And it's ugly. It's terrible, right? It breaks your heart. We talk about the fact that a good healing journey, prepare to have your heart broken in the best and worst way possible, because it doesn't, like, it's not the space by which sometimes things get beautiful, right? Because they get more beautiful forward, but they often get uglier looking backwards, right? And you identified this in the space by which you said, and this is the sad truth, like that you said that it effectively even got progressively worse, right? Because you identified that the more dead fish, the more muck, the more gross things in the water. And this is a conversation of the fact that we don't have a loneliness epidemic. We've got a consistency epidemic, which is you can't have a space by which energy articulates that they're lonely, and then they try to build into relationship where they're just trying to use each other for the things that they need, right? It compounds the situation. So there you have, like, the space by which you said it just felt like it was getting progressively worse. More dead fish, more muck, more gross things in the water. Because without the observation of being able to understand that the way that you heal relationship is not in trying to possess another person, right? And that's that ugly mentality of, like, the this is my person, this is my person. That would be the quality by which energy feels like they're fishing, right? Because they're like, this one's mine. And what happens when you pull someone out of water? You effectively kill them. Like, you ruin the relationship. So you're seeing, like, you and your counterpart are seeing the inherent possessiveness that is damaging relationship, and the modality by which the more that there is, the worse it gets, because the more that you heal, the easier it is to see it. And this works into the context of navigating through the energetic grievance, right? And there you saw, right? There you saw a horse that had been energetically decapitated. And you said it was a large white one, and you said it looked hollowed out. And you remember why it felt so intact and not decaying, but there was no blood like a pony head. Because it's the observation of understanding the difference between those that confuse healing for revenge, right? And that's all you can identify, because you understood, like, the observation of seeing that and recognizing that it was senseless. It's the compounding of the situation in terms of saying, why are there so many dead fish here? Because it's the propulsion point of a loneliness epidemic, because there you have a bunch of energy that's looking at possessiveness, right? Looking at trying to find the right person instead of become the right person. And then when another person feels, right? When another person feels that they have not found what they're looking for. Instead of trying to move on the healing journey, they worsen it by trying to get revenge, like revenge, and trying to claim that it's healing, right? So there you see, right there you see the observation of the senselessness of that, right? You're seeing the full blush of how like detrimental that becomes, because it's the observation of the quality and condition of a person that can't be in a relationship, because in the quality by which, instead of trying to heal things, right, they're trying to get vengeance upon it. And you said, oh, and this is just showing the purity of your own person, because in that moment you remember, like, this is you even in the space by which, and this is you understanding, right? And this is what's hard, because when you have pure intentions, it's hard to think that people might act that way or be that way, which is, again, I like to point out, you revealed yourself even in the dream, because you said, oh, maybe the horse fell in the lake. Like like maybe the horse, like, even there, like the purity of your own, the purity of your own self, like, even before thinking of that, wanting to say, like, oh, maybe it was like trying to struggle into how that might potentially be accidental, right? Which is the observation of you identifying that you said, like, maybe there was some kind of battle on the other side of it. But you have to understand, the reason the guides were showing you that is there's no natural reason, right? There's no natural reason that would ever create the space by which that could occur, right? It's the guides showing that the observation of something that is unreasonable and unnatural, and the state of intention by which you even trying, right, you desperately trying to find a logical explanation for it, is because the observation that another person, right, it feels so separate from your person, that another person would try to alleviate, right, like work through the context of healing by instead trying to replace a vengeance narrative with a healing journey. Unfortunately, right, and this is when you saw at that moment the guide, and this is the hard part about it. When you can't imagine it, it's harder to see those moments where that happened to you, right? And the hard part about this being a shadow work dream is the fact that we don't have anything in dreams that occurs that isn't something that we experienced, which is why you saw that the guide came over at that moment, right? And they took that because it was yours, right? It was yours. It was somebody potentially trying to damage something precious to you, right? Someone trying to damage something precious to you, instead of trying to heal, but working through their own hostility that you identified, that you said, right? That's when the guide came over and brought it to theirs, because they said, oh, here's mine, because they were identifying and articulating that there are those, like, those who have strayed so far off their path, right, that often do that, right? It was the guide potentially coming through to show you solidarity in saying, right, that, when we're working, like when we're working in that capacity, it's not, and like that's why they like the fact that they show that the fact that the guide was showing you that, was saying that they're there in the dream space to help you recognize and identify those moments by which you're like, you might not have even been able to observe it, specifically because, you're too pure, like you're too a pure of heart to ever do something into that, to that energetic magnitude. So I feel like that's like the guide almost putting their arm around you and saying, I like, this is something that's happened to me too, because it's the observation of energy, right? It's the energy that identifies that they're like, I feel like that's the guide saying that they're here, that they're arriving to you to help you heal that. And the fact that you already see that occurring it's something, it might even be something in the past. I feel like it might even be something in the past. Yeah. Something in the past that you convinced yourself was coincidental, but was actually intentional, right? Something, it's like the guide helping you see something that you may have healed in the past that you thought was coincidental, that you then come on your healing journey and recognize was entirely intentional. And often in the space by which you see that, it can feel even more devastating because it's working through like a whole other layer of healing that we haven't gotten to the heart of yet, or we need to, like, one needs to readdress in some way, shape, form, or fashion. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nikki. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, the list is closed today, but you can get on the list for tomorrow and you will be the next person. You'll be the first person read for. You also have priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Okay. Yeshua loves everyone, Taylor. So, absolutely. Yes, very. Okay, thank you for confirming, Nikki. Hi there, Kylie. Thank you for also receiving this message. Yeah, as soon as I started reading for you, it was there. It was coming through for both of it was coming through for both of those readings, Nicole, which is why I brought it up. Thank you for encouraging everyone to tap the screen, Nicole. I appreciate you. Your ex was also in the dream, so that was confirming that. Yeah, they would want to be in relationship only if there is a genuine. I mean, obviously, a good relationship is built around a genuine friendship. Sending you support on that journey, Nikki. It is an absolutely powerful dream. Yeah, it's ugly, learning to embody. No, and that's the thing about it. Like, having to see the ugly truth of things is often what we have to face when we're going on our healing journeys. Yeah, beautifully stated, Julia. I'm sending you so much support on that journey, Nikki. Yeah, realizing others don't deserve kind. I mean, here's the thing about it. It's a continuation of saying that unhealthy energy sees vulnerability and wants to take advantage of it instead of being able to hold it preciously. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can't imagine operating from that type of space. It's true. I know it's true. It's hard to see. Yeah, no, like, that's why, like, I want to point out it's really beautiful that your guide showed you theirs, because that was the guide saying, like, they understand it, like, they understand it profoundly. Mm-hmm. Thank you as well, Illy, for receiving this message. I know it's hard. It's hard to recognize that, but that's what we understand. You know, like that's someone moving off of their path. Thank you for the follow, Illy. Yeah. Oh, sending you guys. Thank you guys for supporting each other in these reads. I know sometimes they can be very heavy. All right, let's continue right now. We're going to get started on one card readings for super fans and for paid members over on the place where we keep the videos. So if you are a super fan, you can go ahead and put your card question in the chat space. If you would like to become a super fan or a paid member, you can do so now, and you'll be able to have a free reading. I love that. Thank you. Absolutely. Ruby, one card on career. I feel like it's interesting because it says to me, there's something about getting a foot in the door somewhere is what I keep on getting. Yeah, specifically and particularly, especially with this Two of Cups. Don't underestimate the value of getting your foot in the door in a place by which you know they do something like that and you'd like to learn more about how to. Yeah, especially with the horse. Allow this to be the modality by which you put those feelers out in terms of identifying to another person, like the fact that you're energetically available and being very clear in terms of what kind of opportunity you're looking for. I keep on hearing the word learn connected to it, right? Like either being able to learn more about it or being able to ask about possibilities of coming into a place is what I keep on seeing. Julia, one card, highest and best. We got two cards coming through, the Hermit and the Two of Wands, and its reversal. So just bear with me a moment. There's something I'm seeing right now in terms of being able to make sure that you're taking time. Like I keep on hearing like taking time right now. I keep on like, it's interesting. I'm getting like the opportunity. I don't know why I keep on hearing it's a beautiful time to go on vacation is what I keep on getting. Hold on a moment. Yeah, I almost see you saying to someone like having to do something that requires immediate attention or being able, like I keep on seeing like you effectively rushing a process in terms of being able to articulate to another that like it like that like moving, I keep on getting like moving very quickly upon something, but I keep on getting moving very quickly upon something, especially with the sow, which is like doing something like identifying and getting a lot of eyes or articulating to another person that there's going to be a lot of people. Like it almost says to me like you notifying another person that there's going to be a lot of people coming, like in and out, like they're very rapidly, or the fact that they have to be energetically prepared for that in some way, shape, form, or fashion. So something about you being able to communicate to another what one can anticipate as it relates to a lot of people arriving. Thank you. Ivana, one card, please, from Message from Angelic Guide. Yeah, it says to me, like, I feel like there's something about them articulating upon the fact that you bring healing to situations. Yeah, you don't need to be, I keep on getting, you don't need to be available. Like, you don't need to be available to another person's courtesy if they've already been cruel to you, is what I keep on getting. Yeah, you do not need to be available to another person's courtesy if they've already been cruel to you. If somebody shows you who they are, believe them, is what I'm getting. Ella, one card, highest good around someone, around that energy. I feel like I see somebody that's trying to work on beautifying a space or making something easier. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with this Knight of Cups in its like bottom of the deck. I feel like there's something important there. Like, I don't know, I keep on hearing like letting someone know that if you need something, you're there, but not like, I keep on hearing like not having to energetically bend over backwards, like especially with the cat energy. It's like it's saying to me like the ability to like honor another person's boundaries and saying like, look, if you ever want to talk about something, I'm here, like, but also like I feel like I see somebody who's like sometimes just the reassurance that a conversation is available is all we need to hear, because it's somebody saying like in whatever way they need to receive that, right? Yeah, two cards right now. Like I feel like I see somebody who has a hard time asking for support, but saying to them like, like saying like it's good, like you having to explain to someone like you have to ask because others don't want to like others don't like being afraid to ask for things is doesn't give like you have to be able to ask for things because healthy energy does not want to um don't want to cross boundaries is what I keep on getting. Two cards on love for Bridget. This is saying to me like this is more like this is that's this energy. This is it's their liminal space is what I keep on seeing. Like I feel like I see someone who's really trying to like who doesn't feel like they feel like I see somebody who's home but they don't feel at home. You know, like I feel like I see someone very, very sentimental right now, but is trying like you can send energy to someone like this in terms of like reminding them like home is home, like that's where the bloodstone's coming in. Like home is where we like home is what we make of what we find, right? They're going to find it again, but they need to be reminded. Yeah, especially with the Raven. You know, like I almost see somebody who's like working through a moment by which they feel kind of like exiled or they feel very isolated. But like I keep on hearing, like, even in the space by which like they're getting over the like, I feel like there's something about this time of year for them that like they look forward to. So I feel like there's something about that they're like working through it even more because like they identify like I feel like they're trying to like navigate through that with a sense of understanding they're going to find that again. It's just going to take time. You know, like they there's a lot of that. And I think for you it's understanding that you are looking, right? Like you're looking, like continue to do the work in terms of identifying like follow your like follow your joy. Like I know I've been saying this for a while, but you following your bliss is how you're going to find them. One card for Ava on Aura, please. I feel like I feel like I feel like a lot of energy appreciates you bring a lot of warmth into the places that that you inhabit. Bottom of the deck. I know it doesn't I know it doesn't feel like that internally. You know, I know that I feel like I see you kind of working through something internally where you are like I feel like you're doing a lot of processing on something, but others aren't like I feel like I think you are constantly worrying like that you've done something wrong, but energy is like I feel like I keep on getting some kind of head turning quality in terms of energy, like appreciating or feeling the positivity or the warmth that comes into a room that you enter is what I keep on seeing. Don't like don't get too much into don't overthink things. Avatar, one card, hold on a minute. One card, highest priority. Hold on a moment. Yep. Um just keep on bringing like just keep on being consistent to something right now. I feel like I see you taking some kind of steadfast approach to things. Um yeah, your steadfast approach is irreproachable, especially as it relates to you calling things out or articulating upon what you're seeing. You know, I feel like there's something very valuable and important there. One card, highest priority. Good to see you, Esteban. Okay. Um, don't lose hope in relationality to a circumstance or situation. I feel like there's something like there's something like, bottom of the deck. Yeah, you know, when we like it's not your responsibility to fix everything. It's your responsibility to be able to identify and recognize energy that's moving in alignment to you. And I feel like there's something really important there. Um and yeah, especially like the salmon, but the thing about it is the salmon in its reversal, it has to do that like when we are in healthy energy, um we give each other, like when we're in healthy energy, we give each other energetic support, right? We articulate upon it. And I keep on getting energy around you will appreciate the pressure that you're under, is what I keep on seeing, right? They're not going to, I just keep on getting this, like they're like healthy energy is not going to try to make something harder if you're trying to make it better. They're going to try to bring something into a supportive space. So make sure that you're communicating upon what your needs are in order for them to be met, because I do feel like you have some kind of quality. Like I feel like your perspective on something is refreshing. And I'm not sure why I keep on, remember, your perspective is refreshing. And that means like it's not minor, it's major. Absolutely. Oh, we got to 50K. Wonderful. Thank you guys. Luna, these are one card readings for super fans. If you'd like to become a super fan, I'm happy to draw a card for you. Okay. Nicole, I got you, dear. And Davika, thank you for the follow. How you doing today, dear? Excellent. One card for Nicole. You will. It won't be immediate, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, just allowing, I keep on hearing allowing, like allow the process to guide you in relationality to next steps. Yeah, particularly and especially, I feel like I see something around you that's not going to work. It's not you, that's, it's not working for you. But I feel like I don't know why I keep on hearing something about something like some kind of request being declined, is what I keep on getting, or somebody saying like it doesn't work like that, is what I keep on hearing. It doesn't, like I just keep on hearing someone say it doesn't work like that, is what I keep on getting. Yeah, it was for you, Esteban. It was the 10 of Pentacles in its reversal, which is like, it says like, be the force of change, you know, like say the uncomfortable thing. Mm-hmm. Beautiful. Just bear with me a moment. Excellent. Thank you for the follow, Luna. But remember, please remember, a super fan is not the same as a follow. If you're looking for one card, appreciate you though. Thank you for the follow. John, please ask that you don't post non sequiturs in the chat space. We try to form full thought forms when we post. Please note the code of conduct I have pinned to my profile. Nikki, no, I haven't drawn yours yet. Sending you support, dear. I can't. So again, we don't look at the tarot to make decisions for us. We keep our autonomy when we read, but giving you a card in terms of what you can expect if you go. I mean, like, it feels to me like you know, it's like it's having to navigate the uncomfortability of working through something. But I keep on seeing like the only way we make things comfortable is by stepping into the uncomfort zone. Animal Oracle. Yeah, like especially with the horse energy. Make sure that you're in spaces with energy that's holding you preciously, right? Which is that I keep wondering, if you don't feel like you're being held preciously, then that's always your cue to say like you can say to somebody, I feel like I'm not being held preciously right now, so I'm gonna go. Like I keep wondering. Yep, absolutely. I don't know what you're asking, Gone. And Chin, thank you for the follow. Laurel, good to see you today, dear. Highest priority, please. Make sure, like, bounce that idea off somebody who you think would give you like it says to me it's a rational idea, but yeah, especially with the Magician. Like work on an idea, like don't just like, give yourself some time to take a good idea and make it perfect. Animal Oracle, especially, yeah, especially with the sow, right? Like it says to me, like finding someone who you can trust for healthy feedback on something. Risub, These are these are one card readings for paid members. If you'd like to become a paid member, I'm happy to draw a card for you. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Scallywag and Isabel. Okay, where were we? Sending you support, Nikki. Absolutely. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the chat space. My friends, we've reached the conclusion of our reads today. I want to thank you so much for being here and experiencing them. If you missed the Daily Collective, it should be available shortly over on my Stack. And it should also be available over on the place where we keep the videos. Oh, we have to do the 50K. Thank you guys for reminding me. Thank you for helping us get to our 50K benchmark. So I am going to be thinking of a number right now between 1 and 46. First person I see that posts a number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you post them. Oh, I saw it. Hold on a minute. Just want to confirm. Love will save. Congratulations. You got our 50K. That'll be available to you starting tomorrow. My friends, I want to thank you so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. If you became a super fan or a paid member today, welcome. I would encourage you to please direct message me with a disco gift, and I'll send you an invite to our subscriber only disco channel. You can introduce yourself to the collective there, and you can sign up. You can find in the perk section a coupon code for our next tarot class subscription program, which will be held on Thursday, June 18th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be studying the ACE cards. If you want to get on the list for tomorrow, today you'll have first priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the Daily Collective. We should be back on in our normal time tomorrow. Actually, probably we'll be on tomorrow at closer to 8:15 a.m. PST, 11:15 a.m. Eastern. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mod, K. Megan. I hope you're getting rest wherever you may be. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.